early good morning from Mission Control Houston, and welcome to our live coverage of the spacewalk today here on NASA TV. Getting a look now inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 1 and the Orbit 2 teams getting ready to hand over. Orbit 1 finishing up a night here in Mission Control Houston, getting the astronauts on board ready for this spacewalk, and Orbit 2 ready to take the reins and see them throughout the next several hours of walking in the vacuum of space. Today you're going to see the team led by Flight Director Greg Whitney. He's on the far right there, getting dug in at that Flight Director console. At the Capcom position, serving as the ground IV, is going to be astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson. She's going to be the one talking directly to the two spacewalkers as they're moving throughout their tasks today. Capcom Christy Bertels will also be on board to speak with the station astronauts. And also inside the room, the lead EVA officer today organizing all of the spacewalking teams is going to be Grant Slusser. He's going to be in charge of a team monitoring all of the suit information, as well as walking through the procedures and feeding information to the teams down here on the ground. But again, everything getting set up for this spacewalk to the two astronauts already in their suits, NASA astronauts Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. Kjell Lindgren there on the left and Scott Kelly there on the right. This is going to be the first spacewalk for both of these astronauts. Scott Kelly, 214 days into his fourth mission into space. On his year-long mission, in Kjell Lindgren, a first-time space flyer, also getting a first time to do a spacewalk today. Right now, inside of the suits, finishing up what's known as the in-suit light exercise protocol, basically just to acclimate their bodies to the lower operating pressure inside that suit. The U.S. EMU, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, the big white suit that they'll be wearing, which weighs in at just over 300 pounds, operates at a pressure of only 4.3 psi. That just makes the suit a lot easier to move, but you and I down here on planet Earth and the astronauts, while just in the cabin, living at 14.7. So this in-suit light exercise, very important to purge any excess nitrogen from the blood, avoid what's commonly known as the bends, something deep-sea divers, scuba divers often have to worry about. So doing this exercise, just making sure that their bodies are acclimated to that lower pressure before they head outside and work for about 6.5 hours. And 6.5 hours is the target time for this spacewalk today, with 5 major tasks on the list for the two astronauts. Among those tasks, they will be splitting up to go out and do these separately, but they'll be installing some additional insulation protective blankets over the alpha magnetic spectrometer, that a large physics experiment looking for signs of dark matter that launched back in May of 2011 on Space Shuttle Endeavour's final mission. They'll be installing a large blanket and also a small thermal control wedge to help better maintain the thermal control system on board the alpha magnetic spectrometer. They've actually been using other parts of the station to block it from the sun in times of intense heating, but this blanket just giving it a little bit more protection to hopefully extend the life of the AMS even further, already well beyond its designed or anticipated 3-year life. The AMS team's hoping to go all the way out to 2024 with the rest of the space station and possibly beyond. So this will be a big step in ensuring that. They'll also be heading over to what's known as an MBSU, a main bus switching unit, which is essentially a power distribution box that's responsible for routing power from the station's solar arrays to other systems downstream the power channels. This is actually a failed box that suffered a fault some time ago and was replaced with a spare. But by removing some of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation on this box, they'll clear the way for the station's Dexter robot, the multi-purpose dexterous manipulator, to unbolt and then move the box for it to eventually be brought inside the station and potentially opened up by the crew members on board, who could possibly replace a few components if possible, and then return that switching unit to service. Aside from that, There again, we'll be splitting up. Scott Kelly heading off to lubricate what's known as the latching end effector on the station's main robotic arm, the Canadarm2. One end of this was done back in February by NASA astronaut Terry Virts on US EVA number 30 back on February 25th. So the other end being done by Scott Kelly today. That end effector was actually grabbing on to not only the station itself to steady the arm, but things like spacecraft and other payloads. While he's doing that, NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren going to be starting up with a cable routing task. They'll be routing 2 cables today, a power and a data cable from Node 1, also known as Unity, all the way down to Node 2, Harmony, where a pressurized mating adapter is scheduled to be moved, PMA number 3. Once it's moved, it will eventually have an international docking adapter, IDA number 3, attached to it, and will become a new docking port for future commercial crew vehicles. This one going to be located on the space-facing side of Harmony, so some of that cable routing, which a lot of cable routing done a little bit earlier this year, to continue preparing the station for those international docking adapters, which will be installed over the coming years. And then aside from that, one more task on the list for the crew will be the installation of a non-propulsive valve. This was actually removed by NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, also on that EVA 30 back on February 25th. It was removed back then to make clearance for the relocation of the permanent multipurpose module, the PMM, which has since moved from the Earth-facing side of Unity to the forward end of the Tranquility module. So with that move already completed, this propulsive valve going to be installed by Kjell Lindgren as his last task on the schedule for today. So again, 5 major tasks. There's a number of get-aheads on the list, should they have the time, but right now all those tasks scheduled to take about 6.5 hours, and will be the first of 2 spacewalks for these 2, scheduled to also head out the door coming up on November 6th to do some reconfiguration of the station's cooling system to get it back to its original configuration before some repair work was done in the past. So a lot on the docket for these 2 today. In the latter stages of that in-suit light exercise, expecting for them to switch their suits to battery and begin this spacewalk sometime around 7 a.m. Central Time this morning. They could get ahead. They could go out a little bit later. All just depends on where they are in the timeline. Currently about 15 minutes ahead. And just one more quick peek inside the Quest airlock here. They're going to be assisted in all of this suit-up activity by JAXA astronaut Camille Yui. He's the one closer to the camera there. And in the background there, Russian cosmonaut Sergei Volkov also lending a hand this morning. And so while they continue to get suited up, just to give you one more a more in-depth look at what's ahead for these 2 today. We have an animation with some narration by our lead spacewalk officer, Grant Slusser, today that he presented last week. Why don't we take a look at the carefully choreographed 6.5 hours that we're going to be watching in just a little bit.
Scott will come out first at the airlock. We'll hand out the bags. Once Scott's out, Kjell will start handing out all the bags. This is to keep us from going back in to the airlock midway through shortly. Scott's going to carry the MLI bag that we're going to put the NBSU MLI on, and Kjell's going to take care of the lead lube equipment that's going to go stage at the lead lube area. So Kjell will grab the BLT, or ball screw lubricating tool, from Scott and move it over to ESP2 where he's going to pick up an APL-FAR. Where he's going to pick up an APL-FAR. So Scott's going to head out. We're both heading to the starboard truss on the forward side out to almost the Sarge. So we're going to go up the Cetus spur with Scott. He's going to translate out all the way to the end to Sarge area, where he's going to go up on the Sarge handrail to the logistics carrier module where NBSU is stowed. So as we get there, he's going to take the MLI bag that he has and stow it on the bag. While he's doing that, Kjell's going to be working to get an APFR off the ESP2 and drop off the lead lube tools and bring the APFR out to AMS. When Scott's got that bag deployed, he's going to start removing the MLI or off the MBSU. He's going to start tying down what we call the skirt, which is a lower portion of the MLI. It has 8 tabs on the front. We're going to tie 4 down to one handrail, 4 down to the other. And near the electric connections, we're going to tie that side of the MLI skirt down. After we get it tied down, we're going to move to the aft side where there are 2 bolts that remove the MBSU MLI. After we've got it there, Scott's going to stuff it back in the bag and allow Kjell to bring it back inside. Here's Kjell going to the APFR area where he's going to drop off the lead lube tools and grab the APFR from that area and take it out to AMS. He's pretty much going to go the same route. He's going to go up to the forward truss and out to the seated cart area, up the AMS, and then deploy the APFR. Because of the translation holds on the AMS, we're taking the APFR out there for additional handholds and translation ports. Once it gets there, we'll take some pictures and install a small wedge over one of the radiators. It's going to slide into an area, and I have a video shortly, slide into the area between the 2 radiators and secure there. And here is how we're sliding it over the main radiator, and then we're grappling with a wire tie to tie it down. Once we get it secured, then the MLI will pop out like a small tent, filling the wedge in between the 2 radiators to protect the radiators. Once we're there, Kjell's going to work back to put on the big blanket. You'll see it here. This is point A, the first tie down he does. And you saw the blanket kind of pop in. It's not going to happen that quick on orbit. We're going to have to go down to a second strap, put that strap around AMS, and then work to a third and a fourth strap. So this third strap, it's very possible to get into the APFR and tie that strap around a strut right there by the wedge, and then he'll move aft and zenith to protect the final area of staging there. Once we do that, it does have a grounding pin on it that we'll apply, and once the grounding pin's installed, we're complete with both AMS small blanket and large blanket to protect their pumps. And here's an MBL video just showing the actual size of the blanket as it's deployed. He's working down what would have been the nadir part of the previous photo. So after we get the 2 blankets installed and the MBSU MLI removed, Kjell and Scott will work together to bring both the APFR and the MBSU MLI back. Kjell's going to grab the bag and go back completely the same way he came to the airlock, where he'll stow that bag outside the airlock and grab a cable bag. The cable bag is the one Mike spoke of with the PMA IDA cables in it. Again, stowing most of the bags on the outside of the airlock so we don't have to ingress. Scott will come back with the APFR that we grabbed from the AMS area and install it at ESP2 to perform the lead lubing. The arm will be presented there and move in close to Scott. We have some photos of that a little bit later. Kjell will grab that cable bag and go nadir underneath the lab up to the port side, where we'll deploy the bag. While he's doing that, we're giving him kind of good reference hand holds of where the cable's going to be tied to or deployed to. After he installs the cable bag, he's going to pull out the forward portion of the cable and temporarily stow it on a handrail. That's going to give us a good point where the center line of the cable is. We'll secure it at the center point and then grab the aft portion of the cable out of the bag and route it zenith on the lab over to the node where we'll connect the power cables up. So the orange cable is the first one we'll do. It is data for both IDA and PMA3, so we'll route it, connect it to the data port, and as we move back forward, we'll push all the cable slack forward, make sure we have enough when we install the IDA. Once he's back at the center point, he's going to move that directly forward on station over to node 2 and then up to the CBM area where we're going to deploy those two cables, tucking it out of the way of any pedal deployments on the CBM. Once he's complete with the orange cable or the data cable, we're going to go back and get the power cable, which we call the purple-white cable. He'll do the exact same thing where he stows the forward half of the cable out and then routes the aft portion of the cable back towards node 1, where we're going to plug it in again, nadir of node 1. As he's done with that, he'll move back forward, pushing the cable forward, getting all the slack out, and back to the center point. At this point, Kjell's going to break out of the cables and go work on the MPV. And while we're doing that, Scott's already back at the lee, working on the lubricating lee B. Here's a good shot of lee A that was previously lubricated. As we bring it in, you can see the centralizing ball screw right in the middle and the 4 latches. We're going to label those latches around clockwise just so we have a reference point, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And each side has an A and a B side, just so we can talk to Scott while we're greasing up the equalization brackets and the rollers. There's 2 equalization brackets and 4 rollers on each latch. You can see them when they're extended, so that's what we're going to grease. When it's retracted, we'll also grease the linear bearing tracks on each side of the latch. Here you can see a demonstration of the centralizing ball screw using the ball screw lubricating tool, or the BLT as we call it. We got grease on it, address it to the screw, and push it forward. And let's make sure that we have the grease in the grooves that we're looking at. Now this one's an easy ball screw, so we're going to attack it first because it's very visible. The other ones are blind mate. You can look here and see just an indication that there is grease that's moved by seeing the ridges in the grease. Here's the blind mate connector on any one of the latches. They're all pretty much the same. We're going to go in through a small cutout near the electrical connections, go back about 12 inches. As he inserts it, he's trying to miss any electronics or bolts that are in there. Once we get it into the depth, which is the tape that's on the PLT, we're going to rotate the cradle in towards the ball screw. Once it's there, then we'll apply grease to the ball screw that's in the back of the latches. And of course, this is very easy to see on our trainer, but really hard to see in space. So after that, we're going to go after those linear bearing tracks, grease both sides of each linear bearing track to get grease, and as the latch moves forward, it'll pull the grease back through the whole linear bearing track. After that, we're going to go to the equalization brackets. Both inboard and outboard, there are 4 points for the equalization brackets and 4 rollers on each side, A side and B side. There's 2 each. So we'll attack those equalization brackets and rollers. And after that, we're complete, taking photos and getting out of here. And I think the next video you'll see is the arm moving in. And if you look closely on that, you can see the dots of grease that Terry applied on EV830. So on each latch, you can see grease dropped on each roller on the equalization bracket. The only thing you can't see here is a ball screw loop that we put on. All right, when Scott's done with that, we'll clean up the workstation. He's going to go nadir over the lab to pick up on cables. Kjell's going to pick up the MPV, or non-propulsive vent, go zenith on node 3 to the port side in cone, where we're going to install the MPV. You'll see it here. It's a really tight area. We have the PMM that was relocated, removed, and there's a plate on it. It's removed for this video. I'll show you in just a second how tight the tolerances is. But we're going to move that first plate and then put the non-propulsive vent back on. Again, this is a very tight workspace. You can see here in the MBL video of how tight those 2 modules are actually going to be together. So we're using a lot of special tools to get that tied down when we get it in and installed. And Kjell's got the longest arm, so that's why we're sending him to the MPV. Moving Scott over the zenith of the lab over to the port side. He's going to run the forward cable that Kjell had temporarily stowed, run it the exact same way over the orange cable, and that's our power cable deployed back on the handrails, getting ready for CBM, PMA move, and IDA install. Once we're done with that, we'll clean up the work sites and head back to the airlock. That's about a 6.5-hour EVA. and coming inside and getting ready for ARTS EVA in a week later.
And welcome back to Mission Control Houston. That again, a walkthrough of all of the tasks today by the lead EVA officer for EVA 32, Grant Slusser, now here inside the room talking to his team. The two astronauts, Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren, continuing to march towards the start, hopefully within the next hour or so. The two finishing up their pre-breathe protocol, and they'll still have to don their safer units, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, the small propulsive jetpacks that get attached to the bottom of the life support packs on the back of these EMUs that should the astronauts become untethered for any reason, they can use the safer to orient themselves and get themselves back to the station structure. So that one of the last tasks that has to occur before they can head into the crew lock, shut the door between themselves and the space station, and then begin depress. The spacewalk will begin as all do from the U.S. segment once they switch their suits over to battery power. At that point, the clocks will begin. Again, a planned time of 6.5 hours for this spacewalk. The first time heading out into the vacuum of space for both of these astronauts. 5 major tasks on their list today, mostly maintenance and upgrade work for some future additions to the station. And this will just be the first of 2. The pair also scheduled to head outside on November 6th for some reconfiguration of the station's cooling systems. But again, everything continuing to go by the book so far. The team's roughly 15 minutes or so ahead of the timeline so far this morning, so we'll see if they're able to get an early start to this. But Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren suited up and continuing to prepare inside of the Quest airlock. And also at this point, the Orbit 2 team has received the handover from Orbit 1, and all the teams in place now. Flight Director Greg Whitney going to be leading the Orbit 2 team today for the spacewalk. You can see him there talking to astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson, who's going to be what's known as the ground IV, basically riding shotgun with these astronauts, walking them through all of their procedures. Caldwell-Dyson herself, an experienced spacewalker, providing the voice and the commands and all of the assistance to these astronauts while they move throughout their time in space. They're also being assisted on board the station by Japanese astronaut Kamiya Yui, helping them get suited up along with Russian cosmonaut Sergei Volkov. And Yui going to be offering his help throughout the spacewalk from on board as well. In just about 6.5 minutes or so, Flight Director Greg Whitney is going to go around the room and get a go, no-go from all of the various system controllers to see if they are go for the depressurization of the airlock, and getting ready to head out towards the start of the spacewalk.
Reconnect the gas supply flex hose, and it's important that you hear a click when you're reconnecting it.
Okay, то есть I disconnect from neon gas supply and close the valve, disconnect, and one more connect.
Yes, that's affirmative.
I'm connect one more time, and right now neon gas supply valve closed and host insert. Connect.
And we copy. Did you hear the click when it reconnected this time?
Yes, I click. I here yesterday and here today. Click.
Okay, sounds good. And can you please reopen the valve again?
It's open.
And so Orbit 2 Flight Director Greg Whitney just went around the room getting a go from all of the various system leads. The go for depress should be coming in about just a little over 4 minutes. So everything continuing to march towards the start of the spacewalk. Again, the spacewalk will formally start once the two spacesuits have been switched over to battery power. At that point, the crew members will be in what's known as the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and it'll be depressurized down to 0 psi, basically getting them ready to head out into the vacuum of space before the airlock door can be opened. So again, everything continuing to march towards that, and we will give you a heads up once the EVA has formally begun. So now just under 2 minutes away from the expected go for depress. That doesn't mean the depress will start in 2 minutes, but we will be getting much closer. Should be getting some video from back inside the airlock in about 2 or 3 minutes from now, once our satellite comms pick back up. NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren and Scott Kelly, again, already suited up, ready to go. Scott Kelly's going to be EV1, or the lead spacewalker for this activity today. He'll be wearing a suit with red stripes visible on the legs. And then Kjell Lindgren, EV2, wearing a suit with no stripes. Again, this is the first spacewalk for both of these astronauts. Scott Kelly, a veteran spaceflyer, on his 4th flight into space, having previously flown on 2 shuttle missions and 1 long-duration mission, Expedition 25 and 26. and currently 214 days and counting into his year-long stay on board the International Space Station. Kjell Lindgren, a first-time space flyer who arrived with Camille Yui and Oleg Kononenko back in July. Both of these astronauts have trained pretty extensively down here in the pool, but a lot of these tasks they weren't able to train for in the NBL, so getting a chance to go over the procedures and everything virtually while on board the station and conferring with teams down here on the ground. Luckily, both have been in space for quite a while now, so well acclimated to working in the microgravity environment, and should be able to knock out all of these tasks in the planned 6.5-hour spacewalk time. And so at this point, all of the teams go to continue marching towards that depressurization. You can see the safer units being attached to Kjell Lindgren's suit. Scott Kelly in the suit with the red stripes already way in the background there inside the crew lock. Kjell Lindgren joining him shortly. Lindgren being assisted by Camille Yui and Sergei Volkov there as they affix the safer device to the back of his life support pack. Safer again, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, a small contingency backpack with propulsive capabilities just in the event that the astronauts were to become untethered for any reason from the station, using multiple tethers to secure themselves at all times, however. But that's safer just serving as the kind of that life preserver just in case, able to reorient and then propel the astronauts back towards the station structure. So once both crew members are inside of the crew lock, they'll be able to close the hatches and begin depressurizing the crew lock, bringing it down to vacuum. And then at that point, the crew members will get to go to switch over to battery power. The spacewalk will begin, and then they'll be ready to head out of the airlock. Scott Kelly's going to make his way out first, followed shortly by Kjell Lindgren, who's going to hand out the various bags containing all the equipment that they're going to have today, including that cover for the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and also all of the lubrication tools that Scott Kelly will be using on the Canadarm2 today.
Airlock Houston on 1, no response required. We've done our final comm config, and EV crew is now hot mic'd.
EV1 copies. How do you hear me? For Christine, sorry. And EV2 copies. How do you read me?
Houston copies, and here's EV1 and 2, loud and clear.
Thank you. Copy. Yeah, you the same.
And just a reminder, EV1 is Scott Kelly, the lead spacewalker for today's activity. EV2, Kjell Lindgren. Once the helmet cams are activated, you'll be able to get an over-the-shoulder view of the astronauts as they move around the outside of the International Space Station. Scott Kelly's camera will have small number 18 in the bottom corner. Kjell Lindgren will have the number 17 on his helmet cam, so that way you'll be able to differentiate between whose view you're seeing. But again, Scott Kelly right now inside of the crew lock, Kjell Lindgren about to make his way in there, and then marching towards that depressurization. So once the go is given, the depressurization of the crew lock typically taking roughly 30 minutes or so. They'll start the pumps to begin drawing the air out of the crew lock. They'll stop at designated pressures so they can perform leak checks on their suits, make sure everything has a tight seal before they bring it all the way down to vacuum. But all of the leak checks done while still inside the equipment lock were positive or negative, showed no leaks. So everything with the suits functioning normally as they continue to get ready for this spacewalk. And as you heard, the communications now activated, so able to hear both Kjell Lindgren just now giving the wave, EV2, and Scott Kelly. And they're going to be talking with astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyce and the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston today to help them walk through all the procedures for this 6.5-hour spacewalk. And Camilla Yui and Sergei Volkov now working to get Kjell Lindgren into that crew lock, a fairly tight fit sometimes, as you can imagine, with two 300-plus pound suits and a number of bags with all of their equipment inside. But once both Lindgren and Kelly are snugly inside that crew lock, they'll be able to close the hatch and begin the depressurization.
This is 611. You're go above the Scott. Is that okay, right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Unless that's going to block you getting out, Scott. What's that? Is that going to, I guess this is a better config for you getting out. I need to be above you. My feet need to be a little bit higher, I think. Okay, so then you need to, your feet need to go to my left, go to this side, to the aft end, to the, okay. Okay, that works. What's my left foot heading, Camille? This one. Kjell's like away. So. Okay, that's, how's this for you guys? It works for me. Oh, this is great. Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah, this is a good position for me. Clear from the structure. Yep. I'm going to have to move in a little bit more, though. Okay. You need more room? We'll see. I think I'm just going to let Kimmy move me. Okay. Feel comfortable, I'm going to start attaching you like 50 to the side, also wasting that. Okay, so I'm in a good config. I'm going to have to move a little bit. Yeah, I agree. To reach that handle. Yeah. Hey, Kimmy, take the BRT off. I don't think I'm going to be able to use the BRT because I need to move around a little bit more and just kind of... So I'm going to release your BRT? Yeah. Just throw it over my arm here. All right. Please let me know if you need anything, and after you configure your body position, I'm going to secure your tethers. Okay. I'm ready for tethers. Yeah, I'm ready for tethers. So once we have the tethers, maybe we can pack these bags back in under the bungees. This large cable bag's going to block your hatch off a little bit if we don't speed it up. I think it's actually good. Do you like it there? It can be moved up the wall a little bit, so we'll just maybe a little bit forward. Yeah. I'll let Kimmy help us with that. Hey, Kimmy, and I need you to check my helmet camera, and put my lights on, and make sure they're straight. So your TV is already on. So I'm going to put you on your radar, right? I'll put on my radar on. Yeah, I got the lights. Don't worry about it. I thought you were going to do them at the same time as the... Understand. Just make sure that your TV is already on. So. Let me see here if I can see. Yeah, I got a green light in there. I see a green light. Hey. You need light? No, we're doing good. Listen, so I'm going to do the pizza from now. Okay. Sounds good.
And the suit IV today, Kamiya Yui, working to get Scott, Kelly, and Kjell Lindgrens situated inside of that crew lock, doing all of their final suit checks, activating all their final systems before they're getting ready to head inside, begin the depressurization. And again, once they switch over to battery power, the spacewalk will formally begin, scheduled to last 6.5 hours. Meanwhile, Russian cosmonaut Sergei Volkov in the red shirt, Oleg Kononenko in the black shirt there on the left, standing by in the equipment lock to give a helping hand and take a few pictures of these astronauts as they get ready to conduct their first ever spacewalk.
See, I'm in 2 reels and unlock. I see a white hook to the red pack and a green hook. I'm sorry. White hook to the green pack, green hook to the red pack. And I see my red hook is on my left D-ring extender, gate closed, locked, block on block. Okay, Kimmy, so here's, that stays there. That stays there, Kimmy. Here's my right waist tether, and that goes to his anchor hook. So just put his anchor hook on here, okay? Perfect. I see my right waist tether small hook is to my D-ring and the gate closed, slider locked. And his anchor hook is to the big hook. 2 gates closed, 2 sliders locked. Okay. I'm in the good tether config. You guys have really good data config, I think. Yeah. Move on to step 42. Okay. Order switch card. Okay, I see switch guard off. My switch guard is off, my water is off.
And so now the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock inside of Quest getting ready to come down. Continuing to get ready to begin that depressurization of the crew lock with Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren now inside. Once it starts, that depressurization typically takes about 30 minutes or so. They'll have a couple of pegged points where they'll stop the depressurization just to do leak checks on the suits, make sure everything's still in a good configuration before they begin sucking all the air out of that crew lock, bringing it down to vacuum, and getting these astronauts ready to open up the hatch and head outside to begin this spacewalk. So everything continuing to go per the plan today. Still anticipating a start time around 7 a.m. Central Time this morning.
Good reach to your SCU. Yeah, absolutely. And Kimia, make sure the SCU, the line, the umbilicals are routed right and clear. They're not underneath anything. Needs to go this way a little bit.
Okay, I missed your call. You mean like SCU?
Yeah, just make sure the umbilicals are kind of clear of everything and not like underneath a bungee, or it looks like we'll be able to get them. Scott, I see your SCU is clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Clear from the structure to the bungee. Umbilicals. Sorry, Kjell, I missed.
If you can just slide this bag up so it's more under the bungee
Okay.
on that
For the side,
port.
aft.
That aft wall. I'm sorry, aft, not port. And maybe get perfect. Yeah, excellent. Great.
Yeah, if you need anything more, please let me know.
Okay. I'm good.
So we're gonna close your hatches. So see you then.
Thanks, Kimia.
See you.
Thank you. Good job. See you, boss. And Scott, watch your visor on that handle. Thank you.
And so with that, Camille Yui and Sergei Volkov working to secure the hatch between the equipment and crew sections of the Quest airlock. Just a few more steps to go until the Depressurization of the crew lock can begin.
Just let me know if you need me to get out of your way. Yeah, I think for now I'm in a good position. We'll see once I start, when we get the hatch opening. You got it. And right now, do you see my right waist tether? I guess it's heavy. Yes, your right waist tether is going to my... Yeah, I understand. Tether. Yep. I just can't see it. Yeah, okay. I see it, and I see it's in a good config. Okay. Yeah, I checked. Post-station, ground 2 for us, 1. We are now in 52, and I just checked the emergency and heavy support. Let's see. We've got a depressurization card in here. Oh, here it is. He's going to talk us through this step, so. You bet. I just want to be able to read along. And I just want to let you know that Houston is reconfiguring COM, and your conversation will be hot mic. Yeah, we had a good com check with them. Yep, we had a copy. Understand. Good. Please confirm that depress pump power switch is on, and depress pump enable light is on. The depress pump power switch is off, enable light is on.
Station Houston on space to ground 1. You are go for crew lock depress and go for EVA.
Okay, understand. Thank you. EV1 copies. EV2.
And so there we have it, the crew inside the crew lock. Go for depress to begin removing the air from the crew lock, bringing it down to vacuum, and getting Scott, Kelly, and Kjell Lindgren ready to head out the door and begin the 6.5-hour spacewalk. So now the depressurization event will now occur. It typically takes about 30 minutes for the crew lock to be completely depressed.
On the DCM, same, and switch components in prime.
And after this depress is complete, they'll be able to switch their suits over to battery power. The clocks will begin on this spacewalk today.
Step 3 for Kjell on the UIA. Please switch depress pump power on. Depress pump power is on. Okay, waiting for 10 seconds. Okay, 10 seconds stop. Step 4 for Kjell. So depress pump manual isolation valve to open. And you guys gonna expect alert sound. So will be EV1. The depress pump man ISO valve is open. And both of you on the DCM, please check the suit, monitor suit speed gauge. System 5.5. Okay. EV2. EV1 copy is 2.7 right now. Okay. And when crew lock at 6.0, or you're gonna have alert sound, so be prepared.
cooler pressure at 5.0 psi, you will close the valve, manual depress pump, manual isolation valve.
Copy. At 5, I will close the valve.
That is correct.
At 5 psi, right? That's correct. Okay.
You are going to have alarm tone at 6.0 psi.
Copy.
So the depress right now underway. Once they get to 5 psi, they're going to do a quick pause in the depress activity to perform a leak check on their suit real quick. Both crew members will do that leak check before they resume the depressurization of the crew section of the Quest airlock.
Pretty big wheel right now. Yeah, there's pretty good humming in here. As expected.
So the video signal dipping out for just a few minutes here should get solid back at around 6:40 a.m. Central Time. But right now the depressurization of the crew lock continuing. It takes about 30 minutes or so until all of the air has been removed from the crew lock. It'll be brought down to vacuum and they'll be just about ready to switch their suits over to battery power, begin this spacewalk, and then begin heading out of the airlock door. Just a reminder, Scott Kelly is going to be the first one out. Once he's outside, he'll work with Kjell Lindgren EV2 to hand out all of the bags that has all the various equipment and other items that they're going to need for this spacewalk before they head out to their first task. Scott Kelly's first task today will be the removal of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation that's currently covering one of the MBSUs, the main bus switching units, that was removed after a fault, currently sitting on a logistics carrier. He's going to be removing that MLI, stowing it in one of their bags, and then bringing it back to the airlock. That MBSU eventually going to be unbolted by the space station's robotic device Dexter, the special purpose Dexter's manipulator, unbolted and moved, and then eventually brought inside the actual station for the astronauts to potentially do some corrective work, some maintenance on it to hopefully restore it back into functioning nature. While Kelly's working on that MLI removal, though, Kjell Lindgren's going to be over on the AMS, the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, the large physics experiment searching for signs of dark matter and dark energy from on board the International Space Station. He's going to be installing two thermal protective devices, a small thermal protective wedge, and also a large blanket on the inboard side of the alpha magnetic spectrometer to just give it some additional protection from the space environment, help its thermal control systems manage all of the loads a little bit more efficiently, and hopefully prolong the life of that alpha magnetic spectrometer. The team's right now hoping to extend it all the way out until 2024. AMS has already recorded over 71 billion detections, that's billion with a B, in its search for these signs of dark matter. So with just about 4 years now in the book for it, 4.5 years, many billions of more detections to go. So that'll be the first task for them today. Again, everything's scheduled to take them about 6.5 hours. There's a number of small get-ahead tasks should they complete everything on time. But for these two, just getting those 5 major tasks done will be a very successful day, both for them and for all of the teams down here on the ground. But right now, that depress continuing. Yui inside of the equipment lock, assisting the crew members throughout. And again, in about 9 minutes or so, we'll reacquire some solid video communication as we continue to march closer towards the start of this spacewalk today. Should be starting around 7 a.m. Central Time or so. Again, once they switch their suits over to battery power, the clock will begin ticking up and the spacewalk will begin. They'll be ready to head outside. So for now, though, continuing to stand by in this depressurization event. Everything going great with the suits, with the airlock itself so far this morning. Everything looking forward to an on-time start.
And for the reminder, once you hit 5.0 or jump, and please clock depress pump manual isolation valve to close, and then at the time you're gonna expect alert tone as well.
Okay, EV2 copies. And you're broken, Yamina. Airlock pressure 5.5. Okay.
So the depress continuing. We just heard call down the pressure at right around 5.5 psi. Once it hits 5, they'll do a quick pause to do leak checks with their suits, both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. Once those leak checks are finished and everything looks good, they'll continue the depress.
Okay, airlock's at 5.0. Manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay. So let's move on to the step 7. On the DCM, both crews switch display status to status until leak check question mark displayed.
Okay. Leak check EV1.
Okay.
Leak check EV2.
Then switch display to yes, hold for 2 seconds, and then follow the display instructions.
Okay. check complete, EV1.
Copy.
Leak check complete, EV2.
So let's move on to step 8. Check auto actuator in EVA, both crew members.
Stand by. I think I'm in EVA here.
All right,
Okay,
you
I'm
guys
in
are doing great and still ahead of time, so.
Okay, EV1 is in EVA. And EV2 is in EVA.
So step 10 for Kjell. Crew lock. Depress pump with expecting alarm tone. Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Okay. Depress
With
pump
that, I
manual
can open
isolation valve is
emergency
open.
and fail.
And sorry, Kimmy, I stepped on you. The depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
That's done. So step 11 for me, emergency and fail valve is open. And both of you guys, please monitor suit P gauge is less than 5.5.
Okay, EV1.
Okay, for Kjell, when crew lock pressure hits 2.0, you're gonna close depress pump manual isolation valve close.
Copy.
And so the depress has resumed. The leak checks good for both suits. So now marching down to where the crew lock hits about 2 psi. Flight controllers reporting the crew lock at 3 psi, continuing to tick down. Once it hits 2, you'll hear some more chatters. They'll turn the pumps off. The pump's actually not working efficiently below 2 psi, so all of the air being drawn out of the Quest airlock right now being stored in tanks on the outboard of it. However, once they get down to 2 psi, most of that air is actually just vented off into space. And that'll be able to bring it down to that vacuum pressure of 0 psi before the crew is then able to open the hatch, switch their suits over to battery power, and begin this spacewalk.
You sounded funny yet? Yeah, so. Airlock pressure is at 2. Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay, understand. After that, you complete that. For Kjell, step 13 on the UIA. Switch depress pump power to off.
Depress pump power is off.
Okay. And for step 14 for both of you, we already did that, but attachment status, the block healing for egress. Please confirm that configuration.
Copy. Okay, I see.
And so the crew lock pressure now at 2, probably below 2 at this point. So the pumps turned off, the remaining air getting vented, and then very soon the pressure will be equalized right around 0 psi to make them equal with the environment outside of the airlock as they prepare to open the hatch soon.
Slider lock, block on block. My low alleviating anchor is to my right, D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, block on block.
Okay, sounds like good.
And let's see what I have here. Yeah, I can't see my right waist tether, but yeah, I'm looking for. I can see my safety tether that's connected to my mini workstation, and I got a red one. Yep, I concur. The D-ring extender, gate closed, locked. I'm gonna stick up my safety tether. Here's my safety tether on my left shoulder. And then I got an unlocked tether reel. The red tether reel has the green hook, gate closed, and it's unlocked. And then the white hook is to the green reel. Gate closed and locked. And then my anchor hook is on my mini workstation. Okay, copy.
Sounds good.
And this is EV2. My red hook is on my left gearing extender. Gate closed, slider lock, block on block. My yellow or blank hook is to the green tether reel. Gate closed, slider lock, block on block. My green hook is on the red reel. Gate closed and in unlock. That is the green hook. I have 2 reels in unlock, and my anchor is on Scott's weights tether, and I have 2 gates closed, 2 locked, block on block. Hey, Kjell, just a point of clarification. I think you called what's called the white hook. I think you called it the blank hook. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay. That terminology. Yeah, the white hook. The blank or anchor hook is on your weight tether with 2 gates closed, both block on block and locked. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, and for Scott, just a heads up. Once EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5, you are go for open the hatch.
Okay, right now it looks like it's set 1.
Okay, understand.
Or a little 1.2 or something.
Okay.
And so both spacewalkers laying out how all of their tethers are configured, very carefully choreographed, how their tethers are attached both to the anchor points and to each other at this point, just to make sure that they're always attached in multiple places to the station during these spacewalks. Teams down here giving the thumbs up, a good configuration for these tethers. Once it reaches, once the pressure inside the crew lock reaches under half a PSI, they'll get the go to open up the hatch. And then very soon after that, they'll be able to switch their suits over to battery power, and the spacewalk will officially begin.
Does MCC have video in here? Do our cameras work in here? They do. I think sometimes they're kind of intermittent, just like the comm is. Sure.
The station Houston on 1, we don't expect to see any video until you guys are out the door.
Okay.
And so as you just heard the ground IV Tracy Caldwell Dyson radio up, the helmet cams on these astronauts should be activated once they are out the door and out of the airlock. Just a reminder, you'll be able to see a small number in the lower corner of the screen whenever looking through the helmet cams. Scott Kelly, EV1, will have the number 18 on his, and Kjell Lindgren will have the number 17 on his. Kjell Lindgren, EV2 for the spacewalk. The depress of the crew lock almost completed, getting closer to the start of this EVA number 32 out of the Quest airlock for station support and maintenance, the 189th spacewalk in support of all station assembly and maintenance, the first for these two today.
Still at 1, maybe a little below.
Yeah, no worry. Crew lock pressure, it's decreasing. I can see the telemetry.
What are you showing?
On the PCS.
Yeah, what does it say?
42 right now. We are expecting 26.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense with the gauge.
Again, right now, just waiting for the crew lock air pressure to reach beneath half of a PSI.
Well, Scott and Houston, I went to hit my disc pro and hit my water on off. So you cycled it? Yeah.
Houston, copies. Kjell, can you let us know how long it was on?
Less than a half a second.
Copy.
It's happened before, Joe. Yep. Don't worry about it. No worries. It'll be all right. They'll talk about it.
So Kjell Lindgren radioing down. He had switched the suit water on for just about half a second. The team's conferring real quick down here on the ground. Not expected to be an issue with the nominal start of the spacewalk. The water usually not switch on until the suit's already on battery power and the depressurization completed.
Okay, right now in PCS, 29 and still decreasing. So 26, duty close.
But again, the depressurization continuing just about at vacuum inside of that crew lock. And once they are at vacuum, they'll be able to open up the hatch.
I'm showing 0.6.
Okay, right now in here, 26.5, so really close. Expecting 26, so. Now on the PCS, showing 25.
Okay. I'm not quite at 0.5 yet.
No rush.
So everything continuing on the airlock, almost at vacuum pressure. Once it is, they'll get the go to open up the hatch, and then shortly after that, throw their suits over to battery power, beginning the spacewalk. Again, Scott Kelly is going to be the first one out of the airlock door, followed shortly by a whole bunch of bags, and then Kjell Lindgren before they begin this spacewalk and move out to the location of their first task, that MLI removal and that addition of a new protective blanket for the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay. A little bit more. It looks like that cable bag's kind of between you and the hatch a little bit. I'll scoot it back. Yeah, I'm going to have to move back to get to the handle, too. All right. Okay, so, 0.5 PSI.
Okay, yeah, less than 0.5, then you can open the EV hatch and store. Then I'm gonna close in depth, so emergency.
Okay, just stand by 1 second. And Houston for our status and go to continue.
Stand by, just one.
Okay.
Station Houston on 1, we're go for EVA.
Copy, go for EVA. Okay, give me a next step.
EV hatch open and store.
Okay. All right. I have to move back here, Joe. Good, I can get out of your way. Got that back moving away nicely. Okay. Okay. Going to unlock. Okay. Handle is open. Get the directions here. And rotate. Nice. Looks good. Trying to rotate it up here. I'm going to throw the BRT on that handle, huh? Okay. Just to get that rotation. That,
And so right now the airlock depressurized, the hatch is open. So the next step for these two crew members will be to switch their suits over to battery power. They're holding here for a few moments while the suit teams just confer one more time and verify that the inadvertent switch on of the water in Kjell Lindgren's suit isn't going to cause any issues. So just holding out for a couple of moments while the teams continue here to talk. But again, the crew lock depressurized, the hatch open, and next up will be the switch over to battery power.
me know what I can do. And more room. There it is. Nice. Get it locked in here. Doesn't look like it's locked yet. No, it's not. Locked. Okay. And Houston, hatch is open.
Understand. So
Houston, copy.
for me, emergency exit is already closed. So crew lock depress Q card is complete. So let's move on to the post depress Q card.
Okay.
Okay. For step 1, for both of you, DCM, and with expecting alert tone, switch power to battery and check the display function.
Okay, power. 81 power to... EV2 powered about.
Okay, copy.
Station Houston on space to ground 1. We'd like you to hold before switching water to on. So Kimia, we want you to hold after step 7.
Okay, I'm gonna hold step after step 7. Thank you.
And what's step 7? Step 7 is temp control valve to max off. Okay.
And correction, guys, we do not want to disconnect the SCU, so hold at step 2.
Okay, hold at step 2. Thank you. So, both of you already powered battery, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And time was 12:02. And step 2 for Kjell, the UIA. Switch power E1 and 2 of them off.
Okay, on the UIA. Power EV1 off. Power EV2 off.
And check power LEDs, 4 of them off.
4 LEDs are off.
Okay, and then we're gonna stand by.
Okay, standing by. I have a water is off message. I do too. Expected, I think. In Houston, what are we waiting on?
And Station, we're just talking a few more minutes about the cycle water switch. We'll have words for you shortly.
Okay, copy.
And so again, both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgrens suits now on battery power. We'll get an exact time on when that happened, roughly around 7:02 a.m. Central Time, but we'll get an exact start time for this spacewalk today. The team's down here on the ground, just talking a few more minutes through the water switch occurrence. Kjell Lindgren reporting that he had turned his water on before the crew lock was at vacuum, so a little bit ahead of schedule. Just talking through, making sure there's not going to be any impacts to the suits for this spacewalk before they send the crew out to begin their procedures.
Stand by. Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait a minute. That's your... Hold on just a minute. I got it. Okay. Thanks. How's it look here underneath my, it's going around the camera? I can't really tell. Okay. I'll watch you go out now. Here we go. Each other looks like a good config. Thanks.
Station Houston on 1, you have a go to pick up in step 3 of post-depress.
Okay, step 1 copies.
Okay, so both good for step 3 on the DCM. Disconnect SEU from DCM.
UV1 disconnecting.
Okay, and step 4 is install DCM cover. And step 5 is install SE EU in the porch.
Okay. Okay, my DCM cover is on. And looking for my SU pouch. I think it's down towards me. That's why.
So Scott, Kelly, and Kjell Lindgren given the go to continue pressing to move through their post-depress steps. So again, post-depressurization, still inside the airlock. Their suits over to battery power. The official start time of this spacewalk, 7:03 a.m. Central Time, 8:03 a.m. Eastern Time. And so with the spacewalk officially started, already 5 minutes in, they're inside the airlock. They're going to begin going through all these final steps before they head out of the airlock. Scott Kelly going to be the first one through the door. At that point, Kjell Lindgren will begin passing all of the crew equipment bags out to him for them to be staged on the outside of the airlock before Kjell Lindgren himself makes his way out. The pause over the last several minutes, just the teams conferring. Kjell Lindgren had accidentally turned his water switch on inadvertently before it was in the procedures while the crew lock was still not completely at vacuum. So the team's talking through any of the possible impacts. They're going to be watching the cooling very closely on his suit just to make sure. But for now, the team's giving the go-ahead. Everything good to continue with this spacewalk today. Again, it started officially at 7:03 a.m. Central Time, 8:03 a.m. Eastern. The first task on the list for Scott Kelly will be to head out over to the main bus switching unit to remove some MLI, some multi-layer insulation, while Kjell Lindgren heads out to AMS to begin installing a blanket. So we'll continue to follow along as the spacewalk has begun, the crew getting ready to head out of the Quest airlock.
EV1 is max hot.
For step 8, both of you on the DCM, switch water to on.
EV1, water on. EV2, water on.
Okay, for step 9, check DCM blank and light is off.
Blank, light off. Blank, light off.
For step 10, temperature control valve to your comfort, 32 max C.
Okay. EV1's in 3 right now.
Okay,
EV2's in 5. And I'm going to move mine. I'm in EV1's 4.
Okay, understand. 4 and 5. So step 10 complete. I'm going to hand over to ground IP. So have a good EVA and good luck.
Thank you, Kimia. Good job. Great work, Kimia.
All right. Great job, Kimia. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, Tracy.
All right, well, you guys are looking good. You're looking a little early on the timeline. Good job. All we need from you is a suit key gauge.
Okay. EV1 is 4.2. 4.3 for EV2.
Copy. 4.2 and 4.3. All right, guys, you're in daylight right now, so visors as required. And Kimia, we're going to take care of step 13 here on the ground, so don't worry about the last step on the cue card.
Copy.
And guys, I heard your initial config on your waist tethers. It all sounded real good. And before I have you open the thermal cover, Scott, let me read both of you a warning. There's a sharp edge hazard on the port aft portion of the airlock circular handrail 0506.
Okay. Hey, just so you guys are aware, when the hatch was open, the thermal cover must have blown open because it's been open the whole time.
Yeah, we're tracking that. It's pretty typical, Scott. But thanks for that heads up.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, Scott, when you're ready, you can egress the airlock and attach your safety tether anchor hook to the forward airlock tether point.
Okay. I copy, and just chill as I'm going out. Make sure if you can watch me and see if anything like hanging up on me. You bet. I'm going to watch you as you go out. I'll watch your tethers.
And so at this point, the crew member is getting ready to egress or leave the airlock. Scott Kelly's going to go out first as the lead spacewalker. Kjell Lindgren will be right behind him with all of the equipment bags passed out beforehand. At this point, the IV on board the station, Kimia Yui, is handed over to the ground IV, Tracy Caldwell Dyson, who's going to be walking through all of the procedures with the two spacewalkers over the next several hours. Everything looking good with both of the spacewalkers' suits as they get ready to head outside.
I'm going to take my anchor hook off here. Copy. And Tracy, I'm going to the forward tether point. And my gate is closed and the slider is locked. So I have a good tether config. Just going over this again, that reel is unlocked. I have my white hook is to the green tether reel, the green hook to the red tether reel, gate closed, slider is unlocked on the green, and then on the red, small hook, gate closed, slider locked. So I'm in a good tether config.
Yeah, Scott, you're in a great config. When you're ready, you can attach Kjell's safety tether anchor hook to the starboard forward airlock circular handrail tether point.
Okay.
And so Scott Kelly outside of the airlock, and now pretty soon going to give the go to Kjell to release his waist tether, and then they'll be ready to begin transferring all of the equipment bags out. So again, the spacewalk has begun. The official start time, 7:03 a.m. Central Time, 8:03 a.m. Eastern. So already about 13 minutes and counting into a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk today. Scott Kelly, the lead spacewalker, already out of the airlock, getting ready to give the go to Kjell Lindgren to begin moving his way up. At that point, Lindgren will be passing all of the bags out, holding equipment for today's spacewalk out to Kelly, so they can pre-stage it outside of the airlock, getting a view from one of the external cameras. As you can see Kelly floating there.
You have a go to release your waist tether. Copy. My waist tether is released.
Once the helmet cams come on, Kelly's will have the number 18 in the bottom corner. Lindgren with the number 17. We'll be getting the over-the-shoulder views from both of those astronauts in the not-too-distant future.
So we're handing out bags? Yeah, let me get a rent. Absolutely.
And while Scott's getting in place and secured, Kjell, your first bag will be the cable bundle bag with the crew lock bag number 2, and the RET will go with the bag.
Copy. Right this way. I am. Okay, I have a good red to it. So if you want to release it, okay, I have released the inside rod, coming out with the bag. And the inside red is it loose or is it the one on the handle? It's on the handle. Okay, yep, I hooked it up for you. Okay. Okay, Tracy, I got the cable bag.
Okay, Scott, we have you stowing that on the nitrogen tank on the starboard forward handrail. It's that forwardmost tank on the equipment lock.
Okay.
So the cable bag will be the first one out the door.
It's going to be the MLI bag.
That'll contain the 2 cables, the white and orange, and then the white and purple cable that are going to be routed from node 1 over to node 2. And those will ultimately provide power and data to the pressurized mating adapter 3 and the international docking adapter number 3 once they're relocated over to the space-facing side of node 2. Once that cable bag's out, the MLI bag will follow. That will hold the multi-layer insulation that Scott Kelly is scheduled to remove from the main bus switching unit in his first task today. And then the BLT, the ball screw lubrication tool bag, will be the third one out of the door. That'll have all of the equipment for Scott Kelly's second task, the lubrication of the latching end effector on the Canadarm2, the space station's robotic arm. Right now the crew working to get all of those bags out of the airlock and pre-staged around it. Once all of those are out, Kjell Lindgren will join Scott Kelly outside of the airlock, and they'll begin moving off towards their first task for the day. Already a little over 16.5 minutes into the spacewalk, continuing to work quickly for these 2 first-time spacewalkers. Everything looking great with both of their suits as they continue with this spacewalk today.
Tank 3, starboard forward.
Copy that, Scott.
Move my rat.
Let me know when you're back in place, or let Kjell know when you're back at the airlock.
Okay. Okay, ready for the, let me put a local down here.
Hey, Scott, and this MLI bag is going on your BRT, just a heads up.
Yep. Let's get my BRT ready. This is a better spot here. Okay, I have a ret to it. Okay, I see that you have a ret. I'm going to release the airlock tether to the bag. Copy. Okay, I'll go ahead and put it on the bag for you. Thank you. Okay. The airlock, large, small airlock ret is on the handle. All right.
Kjell, your next item's going to be the BLT.
Copy. All right. Here comes a ret for the BLT. Okay. Yeah, hold it right there. Okay.
Scott, do you have the MLI bag on your BRT?
I do.
Okay.
It is on my BRT, and it's redded. It's sort of behind me. And I have a ret to the BLT, and I'm going to take the other ret off. Copy.
And so as they continue to pass these bags through, you'll hear 1,000,001 acronyms today. The BRT is the body restraint tether. It's a more rigid tether that the astronauts can use to hold themselves in place. The RET, or the RET, is a retractable equipment tether used to attach various equipment bags to the astronauts themselves, or generally their mobile workstation.
On the aft side of the airlock handrail, the circular handrail, to make room for Kjell.
Okay.
Kjell, you can now get your crew lock bag number 1 and attach your ret from your BRT.
All right, my BRT ret is attached to crew lock bag number 1.
Awesome. All right, next is your AMS bundle, and you'll be attaching that to your mini workstation.
I have an MWS ret to the AMS MLI bundle.
Okay, once...
and I'm sort of... Go ahead, Trace. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Scott. I was just going to say, once you're in place and you're comfortable, you give Kjell the go to egress.
Yeah, I'm in place and comfortable. Kjell, you have a go to egress. Okay, copy. Let me, I have one last ret to remove from the airlock. Okay. Okay. So I have a crew lock bag, number 1, on my BRT ret. I have the AMS bundle, MOI bundle on my MWS ret. I'm going to let those free float while I come out. Okay, and your go whenever you're ready. Okay, copy. Here I come. Little mo-
Hey, Kjell, before you come all the way out of the airlock, look up at the EV1's SCU. I think it came out of the pouch.
Oh, you're right.
Can you fix that for us?
Okay. You bet. I see it, and I'll fix it. Good catch.
And so at this point, 3 of the bags passed outside the cable bag bundle with the cables that will be routed by both Lindgren and Kelly later in the CVA, the MLI bag and the BLT bag as well.
All right, nice work. So, Kjell, as you make your way out of the airlock, big picture, guys, I'll have you transfer the BLT, and then we'll close the thermal hatch cover, and then we'll be a short handover, and I'll see you on the other side, and we'll start config checks after that.
Sounds good. Copy. That was up. Little straighter. Yep. All right. I'm going to put down my crew, my local tether.
And so there's going to be a short comm handover as the satellites change over. We'll reacquire that audio communication with the satellite very shortly. We will be out of video comm for roughly the next 15 minutes or so. But in the meantime, the crew members are going to next up do some configurations, just making sure lights are on, the safer's in a good config, all of their tethers are where they're supposed to be. You'll hear them repeatedly throughout the spacewalk do something called a HAP check. A HAP is a helmet absorption pad. Those were added following the water in the helmet event during Luca Parmitano's spacewalk several years ago. It's just some additional protection for the astronauts should such an event ever occur again. But with all of the recent reconfiguration and other work with the EMUs not expected, but just in case, everything about redundancy with operations on board the space station. But for now, all of the bags outside Kjell Lindgren just about to get the go to move outside. He'll join Scott Kelly outside of the airlock, and after that they'll stand by for a moment and then do all of those configuration checks and then head over to their work site to begin their first task. Scott Kelly removing the MLI from that main bus switching unit, and Kjell Lindgren installing a new blanket and a thermal protection wedge over the alpha magnetic spectrometer to give it a little bit more protection from the elements to hopefully prolong its life for a number of years.
Is the one that's to the handle, right? The red is the one to the handle, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, the BLT is ready to the bag. I'm going to remove my rat. Yeah, putting the BLT in the bag, I'll leave the zip tie out of the bag. Okay. Okay. BLT is in crew lock bag number 1. Okay, copy. Can I have the MWS, or I'm sorry, the AMS MLI kind of tucked behind my robotic workstation? Not terrific, but it'll work. Okay, I'll push the BLT crew lock bag number 1 behind you here. Okay. There you go.
Okay, guys, and I'm copying all of that. Nice work. When you're comfortable with the crew lock bag config, we'll have you close the airlock thermal cover if you haven't already.
I got my hand right next to it. Nice for me.
And just so you guys know, I don't have any video on you guys yet. We don't have KU yet. So whatever you say is real helpful.
Okay. Thermal cover is closed.
Nice work. Okay, guys, get yourselves comfortable and set for buddy checks from head to toe. I'll let you call it out, and I'll if I have anything to go back, I'll call it out. And before we begin, there's one specific place, Scott, I'd like you to check for me on Kjell's suit.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So on his pliss, over his left shoulder, just let us know if it looks clear.
Okay. Left shoulder. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. Only pitch down.
And guys, in particular, we're looking for any snowflakes related to the water switch and our sublimator. We don't anticipate, but we just want to double check and be sure.
Yeah, so I see his left shoulder. There's that hole there, the big hole underneath where the stripe would go, and that looks clear and there's nothing coming out. So it looks pretty good. Copy that, Trace.
Sorry, Scott, I was getting the story in my other ear, but
let's do the buddy checks, Jeff.
yeah, that looks good, you guys. Kjell, you have good. Your suit is looking good. We just wanted to double check that, and with Scott's report, we feel really great. Yeah, start your buddy checks head to toe, call it out, and I'll let you know if you missed anything.
Okay, and thanks for those words, Tracy. Appreciate it.
You bet, Kjell.
So, Kjell, looking at your head, if you can come down a little bit. Yep. Not kind of hard. Yeah. Your green light. I see your lights are on. Let me see here. I can see your left safer handles down. I'll try to get your, yeah, let me get closer to you. The right one's down. I get in here with your tabs here. One up, two up, three up, and your tether. You checked it before, but I see red hook closed and locked on your left side, unlocked. The white hook is closed and locked. The green hook to the red tether reel is closed and unlocked, and then your anchor hook is closed and locked. Okay, I think you're good. Everything else doesn't look like you have many hang-ups. You have a little cross on your waist tether, but it's right in front of you. Yeah, this is, I think mine's the same way. You got. Okay, let me turn towards you. Okay. Here, let me get a better. Okay, I see your helmet light is on, and your TV is on. You got two sets of lights on. Your two safer handles. Actually, your left safer handle is in the up position. It is. The man isolation valve is closed. Okay. So I can fix it for you, or you can do it on your own. Yeah, why don't you do it? Okay. Okay. You're now two handles down. Okay. And if you can pitch up a little bit so I can see your tabs. Yes. Okay, I see 1, 2, and looking for the third. Here, rotate yaw to your left. Other way. Okay, I see 3 tabs up. Okay. And then I'm looking at your safety tether. I see your waist tether. And I see your anchor is locked. You have a white hook to your green tether pack. Reel is in unlock. Your red reel is in unlock. It has a green hook that is closed. And your red hook is closed and locked on your left gearing extender. Okay. And your general tether rests and everything look good. Okay. So Tracy, I think we're done. If we missed anything, let us know.
No, you guys are good, and I wasn't sure, Scott, if you had checked unlocked on Kjell's reels.
Yeah, I did. Let me verify. I see 1 unlock on 25, and I can't see the other 6 is unlocked. Is unlocked, okay.
All right, excellent.
Can you just make sure, see what my waist tether is doing? Yeah. And come over here. So, your waist tether is kind of crossed with your safety tether. Well, I'll clear that. Yeah, so... But is it in front of my MWS? Yes. Okay. If you want, it'd probably be easiest if you just disconnected it, and I'll just hand it to you, your right hand. Okay. Just let it go. There you go. Great, thank you. Yeah. Okay, Houston, what's next? Tracy?
All right, nice job, guys. I'll just take a half baseline for both of you.
Mine's dry. DB2's dry.
All right, guys, with that, we are complete with checks and ready for your translation paths out to the starboard side of the station. I have here some space for you guys to perform your translation adaptation as required. You might want to do this on your way out. Just suggestions, body rotations, various hand grips. You already tried doing your local tether, and then translating without rotations.
Hey, Tracy, we were going to do the max calls. Are we still doing that?
We are, and we are about to come up 40 seconds from a handover. So I believe for you, Scott, we're going to do that here at the airlock before you begin. So set your TCV to max C to experience the maximum cooling, and then back to a desired setting and report that setting to us. And then for you, Kjell, I'll get you when you get to ESP2. I mean, sorry, when you get to ESP2.
Yeah, for ESP2. Sounds great. Thank you.
So with that, all of the quick suit checks completed, checks on the tethers, checks on the suits themselves, completed by both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. You heard ground IV Tracy Caldwell-Dyson giving Scott Kelly a couple of extra words to check out what's known as the sublimator on Kjell Lindgren's suit, that part of the cooling system for the EMU, the extravehicular mobility unit. Just continuing to keep an extra eye on his suit following the inadvertent flip of the water switch on while the depress was still occurring. Everything looking great with the suit, though, not seeing any negative signs, and all of the readings coming from the suit themselves well within their normal levels, so everything continues to be go for this spacewalk. With them out the door and these initial checks completed, they're going to head over towards the work sites. Scott Kelly heading over to the external logistics carrier number 2, and Kjell Lindgren heading to external stowage platform number 2 for their first tasks.
All right, copy.
All right, with that, guys, with Scott leading, we will begin translating out to our respective work sites. Scott, you'll be heading out to the S1, S3 interface with a poor man fare lead on the equipment lock handrail 0500. And Kjell, you'll be pausing to wait for Scott to clear the way, and you'll be translating to the ESP2 forward edge.
Okay, and I'm on the starboard edge of the ESP2. He's got a clear route. My safety tether is going back to the airlock, and I've got good eyes on him. Okay. Tracy, am I okay to continue translating?
Yes, Kjell, sorry.
Okay.
So the two spacewalkers now translating out towards their first tasks. Scott Kelly going to be removing some insulation from a malfunctioned main bus switching unit that was replaced sometime back and is currently on a temporary stowage platform. He's going to be removing this insulation for some future robotic activity, which will be able to unbolt the main bus switching unit, relocate it, and then eventually pass it through an airlock into the pressurized section of the International Space Station where crew members could do some repair work on it, potentially returning it to service. While he's doing that, Kjell Lindgren heading out to the alpha magnetic spectrometer to install some protective insulation to further enable its thermal protection system to work a little bit better, protecting it from that space environment and hopefully prolonging its life.
And Tracy, I am at handrail.
We should be getting some video of the spacewalkers coming back in just a couple of minutes. Hopefully the helmet cams as well. Just a reminder, Scott Kelly's helmet cam will have the number 18 in the bottom corner. Kjell Lindgren will have number 17. So we should hopefully be looking over the shoulders of these two first-time spacewalkers momentarily as they kick things off. Already 42 minutes into the spacewalk so far today, as they switch their suits over to battery power at 7:03 a.m. Central Time this morning. So heading out to their first task, all their suits continuing to get good readings, everything in a good configuration as they make their way out towards their first work site.
Tracy, I'm on the handrail bridge.
Copy, Scott. At the top there on S0, 3413 is the handrail you're looking for your fare lead.
Got my hands on it.
And right at the bottom there, you can see Kjell Lindgren down on the external stowage platform number 2.
Hey guys, just to let you know, we got.
He's going to be stowing a crew lock bag and the
arm view.
BLT bag, which will have all the lubricating tools for Scott Kelly's lead task a little bit later, down on ESP2 before he then moves over and retrieves an articulating portable foot restraint, an APFR, that he's going to be using in order to get a little bit of extra leverage during that alpha magnetic spectrometer task.
All right, your next handrail is 8012.
And Scott Kelly's at the top of your screen, already translating out to the work site over on the external logistics carrier number 2, where the MBSU is located.
I have a adjustable 3413.
Copy, Scott.
And a pretty great view there of NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. The Earth black beneath him. The station just passed into an orbital nighttime. You can see the sun still just peeking over the horizon there in the background. Right now, the station itself is just about to fly over the western part of Australia, while these two spacewalkers are already 45 minutes into their first EVA. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly making his way quickly along the truss segment of the International Space Station, heading out towards that first task. This first activity for him is scheduled to take roughly about 2 hours for him to clear that MLI, the multi-layer insulation, and stow it inside of one of the empty bags so it can be brought back towards the airlock.
Nice work. Have fun under the MT.
Okay.
Scott, did you get a look at the TUS reel cable?
I see it. Yeah, thank you for the heads up, though.
You bet.
So again, Kjell Lindgren working right now on the external stowage platform number 2 to store one of the crew lock bags in the bag with the tools that Scott Kelly will use a little bit later in this spacewalk for the activity with the space station's robotic arm, Canadarm2. Lindgren also going to grab what's known as an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint, from this stowage platform and bring it with him for his activities over at the alpha magnetic spectrometer. He's going to hand that off to Scott Kelly a little bit later, who will use it for his work, again with that robotic arm.
3011 on S3 for your green hook, and it's right at the end.
Understand? Uh-huh. Okay, here's 3011.
Hey, Kjell, how you doing?
For EMS blanket.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think trying to rebundle this EMS blanket is going to be more trouble than it's worth. So I'll just secure the main bundle to the foot plate of the APFR when that time is right.
Yeah, you're reading our minds. We were just about to tag up with you on that. We agree.
So I am here at 8012, and just wanted to, do you want me to do the TCV check now?
Up to you, Kjell. If this is a good time, you might want to stow your crew lock bag on that handrail first.
Okay. Sounds good.
And the helmet cam's now coming into view in the bottom right corner. Again, you can see the number. This is number 17, so this is Kjell Lindgren's helmet cam. So getting a view over his shoulders, he continues to work over at the external stowage platform number 2.
Hey, Trace, my green hook's attached to 3011. I'm going to continue starboard.
Check your reel unlocked first.
Okay, it is unlocked.
Okay.
And I'm clear of the tether. I'm on the Sarge handrail.
Copy that.
Heading zenith. And moving a little port to the next handrail there. Tracy Krulak bag 1 is stowed on handrail 8012.
Nice work. How's the BLT look?
I mean, it's have not stood that on the APFR yet.
Sorry, I meant the BLT.
Oh, the BLT is in good condition.
Awesome. All right, we have you pre-configuring the APFR. Do you want to check your TCV setting before that?
Sure.
And Scott, you're looking for a handrail on S3, 3039. It's near width 26.
Yep.
You found
Right
your
there.
Okay, and you got your ELC2 handrail too?
Yeah, I got the one, the diagonal one is 8605.
You got it.
Okay, Tracy, my TCD is in full cold and I feel it.
Is it as cold as Scott says?
It's pretty cold.
All right, you can return to a desired setting. Just let us know what it is.
Okay, you bet. I'm at 7.
Copy 7.
So Kjellinger doing a quick checkout of his TCV, his thermal control valve, just verifying everything working as it should be, and it is. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly continuing to head out towards the work site where he's going to be removing this insulation from a main bus switching unit.
Okay, Tracy, I got the MLI bag in front of me. I'm going to throw down the large, small, adjustable, I think on 8605, if you guys think that's a good idea.
We're good with that, Scott.
I think the large, small, red I'll put on the other handrail, the smaller one.
You mean on the smaller handrail?
Yeah, just put the bags, other on that smaller handrail.
Sounds good.
JJ is set.
Copy.
I'm taking my red off the MLI bag. It's tethered. H is set.
Copy, Joe.
Tracy, can you see me on the camera at all?
I've got your WVS, and yeah, I can see your legs.
Yeah, I was just wondering how close my legs were to that C2V or that antenna down there.
Actually, we can't tell very well.
Okay. I think it looked like it'd be pretty clear when I arrived at the work site.
Yeah,
I just want to double check.
We're zooming in, trying to get a good look.
I'm going to open up the MLI bag.
Yes, got your first item is going to be the wire tie caddy.
Mm-hmm. JJH6 is set on the APFR.
Nice work, Joe. Hey, Scott, we got a better view of you now, and from our angle, it looks like your feet are just about co-located with the C2V2.
Okay.
We can't tell, though, how...
myself up a little bit.
Okay. Okay, we can't tell how close it is, but... That's good SA.
Okay, I'm going to untether from the wire tie caddy. It's in on my T-bar.
Copy, Scott. And before you move on to the MBSU, I'll need a glove and hap check from you, and then I've got a caution to read for you.
Okay.
And so Scott Kelly just about ready to begin removing this MLI, the multi-layer insulation, from the main bus switching unit, the MBSU, which is his first task for the day. He's going to tie down the flaps of the MBSU with 8 different wire ties to start off. Then he'll move around to the other side and release 2 bolts holding the MLI in place. And once those bolts are released, he'll be able to remove the MLI and stow it in one of the empty bags that he brought out with him. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren still configuring, gathering all of his final items, including that foot restraint, before making his way up into the same area near Scott Kelly, and then moving out to the AMS, the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, where he's going to be installing that new blanket and a small pop tent insulation.
Hold them up. They look good.
Thanks, Scott. Okay. Your caution, which I will repeat when Kjell gets close to you, is due to load restrictions, simultaneous translation is not permitted on ELC2 and AMS. Crew shall coordinate translation prior to movement to prevent undesired loads.
Okay. I copy. 1 copy.
Okay, Scott, you'll be getting in position.
Maybe 2 copies.
Thanks, Kjell. You'll be getting in position to route the long wire ties through the 4 MLI flaps. And just a note, on the corner of the MBSU MLI blanket, there is an integral strap that looks similar to the MLI skirt tether points.
Okay. Okay, Tracy, I have the MOI, AMS MOI, and the radiator MOI tethered and stowed on the footplate of the APFR. I shortened the tethers between the two and just put the D-ring of the adjustable into the big hook just to keep it both close to the footplate.
We think that's a good config, Kjell.
Okay, I have a BRT ret to the APFR and my BRT on the APFR. Looks like I am in a good config to take the APFR and head up to AMS.
Nice work. I think you know the direction you're headed, first port along the gap spanner
Right.
to the lab.
Copy. And I'm going to translate here on the handrails on ELC.
Copy, Scott.
And so with everything gathered up, Kjell Lindgren now ready to translate across the station out to the AMS, where he's going to begin that blanket install. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly working through the steps to begin removing that insulation from the main bus switching unit out on the external logistics carrier where he's currently located.
All right, I have a local down. I'm at the work site, and I'm going to run this wire tie through these 4 loops and through this thing here.
Okay, and it looks like you're starting.
The handrail.
Are you starting on the nadir side first?
The one where the 8 loops are near the ram.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scott. I realize you're on the
activation drive.
Sure, you're on the forward face, looking at the bolt and the 8 flaps. We've divided them up into the Zenith 4 and the Nadir 4.
Okay, so I am on the Nadir 4.
Okay, thanks.
Right now. All right.
Sounds good.
And so Scott Kelly now working with these wire ties to secure that insulation to a handrail before he can use the pistol grip tool, basically the power drill that they use for so many of these tasks during spacewalks, to unbolt and remove that insulation. He'll have 8 tether points to run these wire ties through.
You guys agree with that? I thought it was 2 and 2, but it looks like it'll be the first one and then the next 3.
Hey, Scott, you're going to be the best judge of that. We're looking at your WVS camera, and so far we concur with that. You guys probably noticed that the sun came up, huh?
Yep. Beautiful.
Well, don't forget those visors if you haven't used them already. They do come in handy when that big fireball is staring at you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hey, Tracy, I'm at the feeder rail.
I was going to say welcome to the forward face.
Awesome.
You're going to truck on down the starboard side until you get to S1, handrail 3211.
Copy, 3211. Looks like my safety tether is hung up on the temp-stowed crew lock bag.
Kjell, you rock. You read our mind. We were just talking about that down here. We think you're okay. Just monitor that as you translate. Okay. We're about 30 seconds from a handover, guys.
Copy. Okay.
And so now a quick satellite handover. We'll get that video communication with the space station back in several minutes, but the crew members continuing to work on their first task. Scott Kelly already running these wire ties down to secure the insulation in place before he releases the 2 bolts that will allow him to remove it. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren making his way out to the alpha magnetic spectrometer right now, where he's going to be installing this large blanket and a small pop tent of insulation to give the AMS a little bit of extra protection from the elements out there, and then hopefully extending its life for the next several years. The AMS already collected 71 billion calculations in the 3.5 years since it launched to the International Space Station. A fun fact, it actually launched on STS-134, which was the final flight of Shuttle Endeavour, which was commanded by NASA astronaut Mark Kelly, Scott Kelly's twin brother. The pair of them engaged in a lot of science work for Scott Kelly's year-long mission. So that AMS has been out there since May of 2011, so a little over 4.5 years now in service on board the International Space Station. 71 billion detections so far, and with many years to go, many billions more detections still to come. So the crew members still working through this first task. Again, Scott Kelly's was scheduled to take him about 2 hours for this first activity today. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren on his way towards the AMS should be there shortly to begin installing all of these thermal protection devices.
Hey, Tracy, and I adjusted my cooling to 8, and you guys were...
Copy, Scott, 8.
Lost us there. And the safety tether goes around the edge of the bag. It doesn't look like it's going to impart any kind of a bending force on the BLT. If it slips off of the bag, it'll slip in front of the BLT and shouldn't hit it.
All right, Kjell, those are some good words.
Go back to...
No need to go back, Kjell. We appreciate that pause in the report.
Okay, you bet.
Kjell Lindgren just making sure his tether is in a good place. The astronauts using multiple tethers just to make sure they stay attached to the International Space Station at all times.
I'm not sure where you are. I've lost a video on you, but when you start to translate zenith on the CETA cart, let me know.
Copy. I'm under the port CETA cart right now.
Copy, thanks.
Looks like this long wire tie isn't quite long enough. I'll make it. No.
Copy that, Scott. Copy that, Scott. We're thinking.
Yeah. Just pull it through some more here.
Hey, Scott, don't wreck your hands on that. If you need to use 2 wire ties, go for it. And if you got to split it up into 2 and 2, that's fine with us.
Okay. Okay. know, in the let me see if I can give you a little bit better camera view. In the pictures, the wire tie, this thing you wanted the wire tie through this like eyelet, seems like it was a little bit lower. I don't know if the you know, you'll be happy with the clearance here. I think you will, but the loops aren't going to go any higher than the handrail, but they're not, I think, packed down as much as the video and Doug and that training indicated.
Copy that, Scott. We're discussing.
Tracy, I'm on the starboard Zeta cart, ready to go, Xena.
Copy, Kjell, thanks. Hey, so once you're at the top of the Zeta cart and then on the next face, you know, at the top of that is your handrail for your green hook.
Copy. Is that 3211?
You got it. And as you're translating, I'll read you 2 cautions that have to do with your environment there. Avoid contact with the AMS electrical connectors and wires, and avoid contact with C2V2 antennas and Hemi reflectors. Those should be off to your left shoulder.
Copy. Hey, Trace, I think I figured out the problem, how just the wire tie was sitting. I think we're in pretty good shape now.
Okay, Scott, what I was hearing is that if you needed to go lower down on the handrail instead of through that eyelet, that might make the flaps lay a little bit lower, but we're really looking for a clearance to that bolt. That's the primary goal here.
Okay. Stop. Can you guys see this? Like back away a little bit?
Yeah, we can. We got
it all the way yet.
We got a good view, Scott, and it looks good to us.
Okay. Gonna tack it down all the way then. Okay, Tracy, I'm at handrail 3211.
Copy that, Kjell.
I'm going to put down my green hook.
Affirmative. And when you're finished with that, I'll take a glove and hap check.
So at this point, Scott Kelly has the first wire tie in place with the first 4 tether points, working on the next 4. Now, meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren has made his way up to the AMS. It's that large device you can see just above him with the metal strips above it. It's a large physics experiment that's been on board the station since May of 2011, looking for signatures of dark matter, dark energy. Kjell Lindgren going to be installing a thermal blanket to help protect it from the space environment, help give its cooling systems a little bit of a break, and therefore extending its life. So Lindgren now at the area. He's going to do a quick glove and a hap check. Again, hap is the helmet absorption pad, just there's some extra redundancy inside the helmet should water ever enter the helmet area again. And then, so the astronauts always just doing a quick check on that throughout their spacewalk, also checking their gloves, as with this being a spacewalk, none of the walking actually done with their feet, everything done with their hands. So just being sure, just in case they've contacted any sharp edges, anything like that, the gloves are still intact and ready to continue to go. So
continue translating to your whiff on S3. You're looking for whiff 1. And I'll just remind you both now, because you're in the same work area, of that caution that restricts simultaneous translation on ELC2 and AMS. So I'm just going to leave it up to the two of you to announce when you're translating on either of those elements.
Okay. 21 copies, maybe 2 copies.
Thanks, guys.
There's a connector here on the, by the, let's see, the third flap from Zenith. I guess I would kind of put it on the side of the flap on the side of the connector.
And that's a good config, Scott.
Okay, and I believe the APFR angle clocking is 3 here at WIF 1 S3.
Kjell, what do you need me for? Of course. Clocking is 3.
Copy 3.
And so first up, Kjell Lindgren working to secure the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, which will give him a little bit of extra access to the work site should he need it.
With one hand in the pool, huh?
Yeah, seriously. Okay, I have APFR in WIF 1 of S3, and collar is black on black. Got a good twist and pull test.
Nice work, Kjell. You want to check the other settings real quick, just to make sure it's in the right config?
You bet. So I see clocking of 3, JJ. Let's see. Move. Review. H6.
All right, Kjell, you're in a good config. We have time, and the conditions are right. We're going to have you take pictures, so you'll want to get that AMS bundle back on your mini workstation to clear the APFR and ingress when ready.
Copy that. So my BRT threat is coming back onto my BRT. I'm going to raise the ingress aid. Hey, Tracy, I think I got these 8 down.
Okay, Scott.
Pictures?
Let me find out about the pictures, but we're looking at your WVS and we like your config. Hey, Scott, let's do the pictures after we're all finished. Thanks for the offer.
Okay.
And you're next. And we're getting good WVS survey right now of those flaps. So your next is to translate to the zenith forward corner of the MVSU. And we're going to tie down with a short wire tie those two skirt tether points.
Okay, and those are the ones right around the corner.
You bet.
I am wedded to the AMS bundle, and if it's okay with you, Tracy, I'd like to go ahead and stow this on structure down at the base of the APFR and take the small radiator tent with me to do photos so that I'm prepared to install it after photos.
Joe, that's a great plan. We like it.
Okay. I am tethered. This blanket is tethered.
Almost 1 hour, 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren working well through their first task of the day. Scott Kelly completing the first round of wire ties, getting ready to do one more, and then pretty soon he'll be ready to pull out the pistol grip tool and begin releasing the bolts holding this multi-layer insulation in place. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over at the alpha magnetic spectrometer has the APFR, the foot restraint, in place. He'll take a couple of quick photos, and then first up we'll be installing the small pop tent wedge device that'll provide some additional cooling support, and then breaking out the large blanket and then attaching that to AMS as well.
All you grunting. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Tracy, I have a RET. The AMS blanket is stowed. I have a RET to the radiator MLI, the small TTCS pump radiator MLI, and I have a local tether to the ingress 8 on the APFR.
Copy, Joe.
And so now I'm ingressing the APFR for photos.
That's a firm.
Copy. It'll work. Tracy, I got the zenith, is forward. Let me think about this.
And Scott,
I think the forward zenith ones.
it looks great to us, Scott.
Okay. So I can translate on this because Kjell is in the ATFR now, right?
That's affirmed. Nice check.
Working on it.
And next, Scott, for you is the RET to the MBSU MLI with the MLI bag RET.
Okay. Okay.
How you doing, Kjell? Are you in?
There you go.
I was just tagging up with you.
Working on getting on the ATFR.
Copy.
So at this point, Scott Kelly secured all of the flaps on the multi-layer insulation, the MLI on the skirt of it. Next step for him is going to be removing the bolts, holding that MLI in place.
Wedge will be installed, so we're looking for photos down below, closer to the truss, and all the way up, including the radiator that's facing aft, station aft.
Okay. Hey, Tracy, I'm going to put the wire tie caddy back in the bag if I don't need it anymore.
We concur with that, Scott.
Okay. And I see the scissors, they're still as they were. They're all secure.
Thanks for the check.
So Kjell Lindgren taking a handful of photos for the ground team, so they'll be able to do some additional analysis later on, but he's going to get that wedge installed shortly.
D-ring on the wire tie caddy isn't very efficient.
It doesn't play nice, does it?
No. Okay. I got a bunch of pictures, Tracy.
All right, Kjell, we like it. It looks like you're in a good position to install the wedge.
I'm going to give it a shot. Success. I'm going to take the J hook wire tie off of my BRT. Get it ready. And do you have a preferred tether point, or does it not matter? I could do the one that is in the door.
And Scott, it doesn't matter to us which tether point you use. And Scott, the one that you had in your hand, the door MLI would be sufficient.
Okay. Oh, that was the wrong hook.
And now a short loss of video signal for a couple of minutes till we reacquire shortly. Scott Kelly getting ready to remove the bolts holding that multi-layer installation in place over the main bus switching unit.
I don't see one coming from...
Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren about to install the thermal protection wedge over on AMS. That'll be the first piece he installs. Following that, he'll install the large blanket on the inboard side of the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Oh, here it is. Copy. Yeah, I just couldn't find the red on the MLI bag, but I got it now.
Copy.
Is hiding in plain sight. Okay, I have the MLI bag red on the MLI.
Copy, Scott. And now we'll just have you translate to, and you're probably already there, to the aft side of the MBSU, and we'll get ready to drive those bolts.
Okay. Make sure my local tether's clear when I put this in the bag. Do a little.
And Scott, we have you BRTing to one of the Fram handrails to release these bolts.
Okay.
And that's only if you need it.
So again, 1 hour, 37 minutes into this morning spacewalk, which officially started at 7:03 a.m. Central Time. Both crew members on task. Number one, Scott Kelly getting ready to drive the bolts, holding the multi-layer insulation in place on this main bus switching unit. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over at AMS getting ready to install the first of two insulation pieces, which will better protect AMS from the space environment.
Copy that.
Currently locked into that foot restraint as he does this work.
Okay, the wedge is installed. J-hook is through the grounding strap and the small nylon strap that goes across the MLI. There are three twists in the ground strap. The Velcro base is enabled or stuck together.
And I copied all. Kjell, can you give us a pull test?
Yeah, good pull test.
Nice work. And
Tracy, just so you know, I got my this MLI bag red is just wrapped around my cup checklist a little bit. I'm dealing with. I'll get it out of here in a second.
okay, Scott. Hey, Kjell, the last thing we're going to need from you there is a WVS survey of the wedge. Right now we don't have KU band to check it.
Okay, you got it. One, go.
And so sounding like Kjell Lindgren successfully installing that thermal protection wedge into in between a radiator on AMS, so getting that done successfully. His next step will be a little bit more complex, going to be installing a very large blanket on the inboard side of the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay, I cleared that snag and got it back on the bag, or back on the MOI.
Copy, Scott.
Tracy, do you have KU right now to see?
We don't, Kjell, but if, you know, give us your best effort, and we'll still be recording it. We just can't check it right now.
Okay. I'll take a picture for you, too.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Hey, Kjell, just a heads up, we would like to get pictures of that debris shield vacuum case gap as you make your way out of the APF, you know, as you make your way back for hook A.
Okay, copy that. I got the PGT out. Turn it on.
Copy that, Scott. I think you had pre-configured your PGT, so check settings alpha 2, counterclockwise 2.
Let's see here. Like 16 turns straight on the bolt.
You got it. Let me just, for legal purposes, read to you. Ensure the socket is perpendicular to the bolt head when driving. NBSU MLI bolts are retained by a threaded washer. If the washer is unthreaded, bolt and 2 washers are no longer captive.
Good. Copy.
And so Scott Kelly now working here with the PGT, the pistol grip tool, basically a power drill for doing repairs up on the space station. He has 2 bolts to release that are holding this multi-layer insulation in place.
I think we got a cowl here. So, wasn't turning, so I'm going to go to calibrate here. Add a motor. Okay. That worked.
Nice. Hey, Kjell, just some more guidance on the photos. If you hadn't gotten any of the lower, there's a strut on the nadir side there that has some, I believe, cabling attached to it that we'd like to get some photos of. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Copy. Yes, I believe I do. Okay, debris shield photos and lower truck photos are complete.
Awesome. You rock. Okay, time to translate to the AMS PVGF with your blanket. And as you move, I have a warning to read to you. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, copy, stand by. The first bolt's released. Going for the second.
Copy. How many turns you get?
Let me see here. Bed 16.
So one bolt down, one more to go for Scott Kelly before he can begin removing this MLI that he's going to need to fold up and stow inside of a bag. Again, this task that he's completing today being done in order to allow the space station's robotic assistant Dexter, the special purpose Dexter's manipulator, to in the future unbolt this failed MBSU, main bus switching unit, which is essentially a channeling box responsible for routing power from the station's solar arrays to various systems downstream. But this work allowing Dexter to, in the future, unbolt that and move it so it can be brought inside the station so astronauts can possibly do some repair work on it.
And also avoid the teeth of the curvic coupling. How copy?
Copy all. Thank you. Hey, this is 17 turns. To make sure the other one's completely out.
Copy, Scott, 17.
And give this first bolt another couple turns. And seem like it's okay, it took another 2 turns, so they're both removed. PGT bags.
Copy, Scott.
So at this point, both bolts removed on that MLI covering the main bus switching unit. Scott Kelly's next step going to be to release all the Velcro and begin stowing the MLI in his MLI bag. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren moving towards his next task over on AMS. You can see the large blanket here that he's going to be installing. He'll need to secure 4 straps on the bag in total, also installing a grounding pin on the blanket to AMS itself. 1 hour, 47 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I am in a good config, and I am going up the forward aspect of, translating the forward aspect of the AMS.
Copy, Kjell. Hey, and Scott, can we have you pause any translating as Kjell moves to the top of the AMS?
Okay. I'll just wrap this blanket up right here.
Sounds good.
And there you can see the MLI removed. Scott Kelly now going to fold that up and stow it inside of a bag so it can be brought back to the airlock.
And Kjell, I'm just going to say what you're thinking, and you're looking for the aft stanchion of that handrail.
Copy that.
And so Scott Kelly getting the MLI stowed in the bag. You can see just above him the main bus switching unit now visible. Again, this task being done so some future robotic work can be done to unbolt and relocate it and eventually bring it inside for some potential repair work by astronauts inside of the station. But Scott Kelly now will likely take a couple of closeout images, and then we'll wrap up his first task for the day.
Okay. A is attached to the aft stanchion of the handrail.
Copy, Kjell. Ensure that the strap is fully loose.
Copy. Strap is fully loose.
Okay, next is to release adjustable tethers. There's 2 of them from the blanket tether points and stow on your mini workstation.
Okay, copy.
So the first task just about completed for Scott Kelly. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren continuing to get ready to unfurl this large blanket to install over the alpha magnet.
Sorry, Kjell, yes. What I'll point out to you as you go along, you're going to find the gap spanner on handrail 231. When you follow that, the other end it's attached to is handrail 239. You're going to be attaching wire ties to that.
Copy.
And for those of you just now rejoining us on the NASA TV public channel, we are currently 3 hours, just over 3 hours into today's spacewalk. The first major task for each of these spacewalkers already completed. Scott Kelly worked to remove some multi-layer insulation from a main bus switching unit, stowed it in a bag and handed that bag off to Kjell Lindgren, who stowed it back at the airlock. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren completed his task deploying a thermal wedge and a large blanket over the alpha magnetic spectrometer to give it some additional protection from the space environment. Since then, they've cleaned up the work sites and are moving on to their second major task. Scott Kelly headed over to set up a work site at the external stowage platform number 2 in order to perform a lubrication task on the latching end effector of the space station's robotic arm. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren has gathered the 2 cables he'll be deploying today. Is heading over to begin laying those out, starting off with the orange cable, which is going to be providing data to the PMA3 and IDA3, the pressurized mating adapter and the international docking adapter, which will soon reside on the space-facing port of the Harmony module.
You installed the APFR.
Okay.
As you can see from this view, Scott Kelly at the external stowage platform 2, the latching end effector of the robotic arm just behind him on the left side of your screen there.
202.
Yeah,
The ESP1.
You're right. 202 and the ESP1 FRAM handrail. We also have called out lab handrails 285 and 203.
Copy that. Thank you.
So right now, Kjell Lindgren is working to temporarily stow that cable bag. Again, it has 2 cables in it right now. Well, 3 cables actually, but 2 are targeted to be used today. A white and orange cable and a white and purple cable. White and orange will be first up for him. He'll remove that, leave the cable bag temporarily stowed, and work to route that from a connection point right around the joining area between Node 1 and the Destiny laboratory, all the way up around Destiny over to the space-facing side of Node 2.
Of 12 in width 5.
Okay. And that's the double line, right?
I think it's the single, but let me double check. Yeah, Scott, it's a single line.
Okay, so 12 matched with the single line. Got it.
Here you can see Scott Kelly working with the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that Kjell Lindgren used during his activity with the AMS. Now Scott Kelly going to be using that for his work on the robotic arm today. His first task will be installing this at the work site. After that, he'll retrieve the BLT, which you'll hear referred to quite a bit over the next hour or two. That stands for the ball screw lubricating tool. He is going to use that to apply grease to a number of areas inside of the latching end effector. This activity just to provide a little performance boost to the end effector whenever it's grappling with various items, including spacecraft or external payloads, or even used to grapple with the station itself, as the robotic arm able to move itself from various locations around the station structure in an inchworm fashion, end over end.
Hey, Kjell, I just wanted to point out to you that slide wire that's right behind your bag, just as a heads up, FYI.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet.
Any particular issues that I need to be aware of with that?
Just that,
just being aware of it?
Well, when you start to route the aft portion of the cable, I'll have you routing over the top of that.
Copy that. Thank you. Okay, Tracy, so just talk me, make sure I get this in here. So the paddles are out, but it's black on black with a good pull test. I think we're in a good config.
We concur, Scott.
Okay. You're going to take the red off of it?
Yeah, you can take the red off.
I'm just telling you.
That's what I thought. Scott, let me know when you're ready for the other settings.
Okay, stand by. Okay, go ahead.
You're looking for November, Fox 6.
Okay, November, Foxtrot 6.
Good read back.
Stick this thing up first. And Tracy, do you have a recommendation for which stanchion, like forward or aft of like handrail 202, for example? Is there enough strap to... It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's your call.
Okay, copy. All right, tethers are on, tethers from the cable bag are on 202 and on the ESP1.
Copy 202 and ESP1.
So Scott Kelly just about has that foot restraint installed down there in the external stowage platform 2, which is going to be his work site for the next several hours. This activity, per the timeline, scheduled to last about 2 hours and 45 minutes. He's going to be applying the grease to a number of areas using that BLT, the ball screw lubricating tool.
Guys, we're going to have a handover in about 40 seconds.
Okay, copy.
And so another short video loss now with the station and the spacewalking crew. Should get that video signal back in about 10 to 11 minutes or so. But for right now, they're continuing to work, each continuing to work through their second scheduled task. For Scott Kelly, that's setting up the work site and getting ready to apply some grease to various portions of the latching end effector B on the space station's robotic arm. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over at the intersection between the Destiny Laboratory and Node 1 getting ready to route the first cable of the day, the orange data cable, which is going to be making its way from that intersection all the way up to the space-facing side of Node 2.
Yes, I'm back with you, but I do not have video.
Okay.
These cables are just going to be temporarily stowed at that final location until the relocation of the pressurized mating adapter number 3 can take place, that occurring sometime in the next year or so.
Settings on the APFR?
Yeah, it's set. I still need to extend the handle.
Okay, before you do that, we'd like to get a pull test on that ingress aid.
Okay. And Tracy, the cable bag is secured and in really pretty good position, I think.
Okay, Kjell, we copy. Next would be the relocation and temp stow of crew lock bag number 2, and we suggest on the zenith of ESP-1, there's a fram handrail there, and when you do place it down, if you could have the doors facing the structure of the ESP-1.
Okay, copy that.
And Kjell, that's just best effort.
Understood.
So again, getting that video signal back in about 7 or 8 minutes. The crew members continuing to work just over 3 hours and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, which kicked off at 7:03 a.m. Central Time this morning. Scott Kelly working to configure that foot restraint at his work site before he can break out the tools and begin applying some of the grease to the various components inside of the latching end effector on the space station's robotic arm. He's going to be applying grease to the rigidizing ball screw. There's only one of those, as well as 4 latching ball screws. And then there will be 8 linear bearing tracks that he'll be applying some grease to. And then just an equalization bracket and the associated rollers. He's also going to take some closeout photos of this activity, as they've been doing with all of these, if time permits, before cleaning up his work site. And then after the conclusion of this activity for Scott Kelly, he's going to do some final cable routing with the purple cable, which will be pre-staged by Kjell Lindgren. And then that'll wrap it up for Scott Kelly for the day. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over beginning that cable routing task. He's right now retrieving the orange cable, which will be the first one to go. He's going to be routing it to the interface between the Destiny Laboratory and Node 1 Unity before mating it and routing it up over to the space-facing side all the way over on Node 2, so across Destiny over to Node 2, connecting between the two. And then he'll leave that temporarily stowed where it'll remain until the pressurized mating adapter number 3 gets moved in the future to that space-facing port on Node 2. Then he'll head back and retrieve the purple cable, begin routing that, and temporarily stow it before Scott Kelly can finish that task. Then Kjell Lindgren also today needs to install a non-propulsive valve over on Node 3 Tranquility, the same valve that was removed by Butch Wilmore during a spacewalk back in February earlier this year.
286 and 287.
Excellent. Okay. That'll be your temp stow and center point, respectively. I have a caution and a note to read to you before we get into that bag. But so you do have the bag lid open?
The bag lid is not open yet. There's just a rat ready to pull the lid back.
Okay, well, why don't you open up the bag, and when you are set with that, I'll give you the cautions and give you your next steps.
Okay. Goodbye. Okay, lid's coming open.
And Scott, just a status: are you in the EPFR? Or are you about to ingress?
I'm about to ingress.
Copy.
Okay, lid is open, and I see the orange-white cable.
Awesome. Okay, Kjell, just a quick caution for you. A reminder about the minimum bend radius on those cable is 6 times the diameter of the cable.
It's my understanding that there would be no math. I got it.
Sorry about that, Kjell. Just don't kink it.
You got it. Yeah, I understand.
I thought you might. All right, and a quick note to use your mini workstation end effector as needed to tin the IDA cable coil, but verify that your safety tether is clear before wire tie install.
Understood.
All right, we are ready for you to retrieve and temp stow the forward coil onto lab handrail 287.
Okay, copy. Forward coil onto 287 on the temp stow. I will unsnake but not unravel that.
And the good Dr. Moore says those are good words.
Copy.
And so with that, Kjell Lindgren getting ready to break out the first cable. It's going to be the orange cable. He'll be routing that from its connector point in Node 1 in the Node 1 end cone. So again, right in between Node 1 and the Destiny Laboratory, up along Destiny and out over to Node 2. He's going to be installing a number of wire ties at various handrails along his path just to hold the cable in place. And again, this is the first of 2 cables that he's scheduled to help get in place today. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly back over on the work site on the external stowage platform number 2, getting into the foot restraint. And after that, he'll be breaking out his tools and he can begin his task with the space station's robotic arm. We should hopefully be getting that video back within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Getting our views back over the shoulders of these two astronauts. Currently 3 hours, 22 minutes and counting into their first spacewalk of each of their respective careers.
Just make sure my safety tether is clear of my feet here. Might be hanging me up a little bit. Okay, I'm passing handrail 286, which will be the center.
And that should be your center point.
And I'm at 287 for the temp stove.
That's affirm.
I kicked this out of the settings here.
All right, guys, we're back with you with video.
Excellent.
Getting a view of Scott Kelly down at the external stowage platform number 2. He's going to be making his way into that foot restraint momentarily. The Canadarm2 end effector poised just in front of him.
And Jill, you know you're looking for that taped wire tie that's labeled No 2 handrail 367 IDA 2 PMA 3.
I'm looking. Okay. Yeah, so I have a white tape. It's number 1 IDA PMA 3, IDA 2 PMA 3 col 1. That's what I'm going to be using to temp stove.
Correct, and you remember not to release the wire tie, but just uncoil it.
Understood. 283 coil is secure on handrail 287, tip-stope.
Copy, Kjell.
I'm moving to 286 for the center.
And that was with 3 twists, correct?
That's correct, 3 twists, secure.
Thank you.
And so at this point, Kjell Lindgren has temporarily stowed that cable to one of the handrails with a wire tie. Again, he's going to be attaching wire ties to this cable throughout his translation across the Destiny laboratory on his way over to Node 2.
Scott, how you doing?
Got my right foot in. Not my left one.
And as you can see from this view in Scott Kelly's camera, getting a pretty spectacular look at the Earth below and the latching end effector of the robotic arm poised there right in front of him.
Okay, not quite enough slack to get the sensor to 286. I'm going to go back to the bag to release a little bit more slack there.
Copy, Kjell. Scott, that left foot giving you trouble?
Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's in or not.
You can lift up on your heel and it's engaged or not?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's kind of, I'm wiggling.
You look like you're in the camera view I'm looking. Oh, no. And you may be sticking your toe too far through the loop. Try pulling it back just slightly and then rotate your heel inboard.
All right, I think I'm in.
Nice work.
Let's see here. Well, maybe.
So at this point, Scott Kelly securing himself in that foot restraint. Pretty soon he'll be starting his work with the end effector of the Canada Arm 2.
Next would be your mini workstation end effector attached to your ingress aid handle to keep the ingress aid from contacting the SSR mass.
Okay. Giving myself a little more slack. I prefer not to have to release the whole aft section of the cable, but maybe I could attach a ret here to keep it stringing back this direction and then release it from the bag.
Stand by, Kjell. I think Sandy's got some words.
Okay. BLT looks good.
Thanks, Scott. And I've got some caution warnings to read to you here in a second. But let me get some words to Kjell. Kjell, what we're looking at in your WVS, if you could untie that wire tie just one twist, and then working the bag straps one at a time, take out that portion of the cable that you need. Does that make sense?
Okay, absolutely, I understand. Copy, and I'll put that in work.
And for you, Scott, you ready for my warnings?
Yep.
Okay, avoid glove contact with the Lee curvet coupling, the snares, the grounding fingers, latching cavity, latch mechanisms, and the camera. And do not cross the Lee opening plane with gloved hand during lube operations.
Copy.
Okay, verify EMU, tethers, tools, and ingress aid are clear of the SS RMS rotational envelope.
They're clear.
You're ready to GCA the SS RMS into position for central rigidizing ball screw access.
Okay, ready for the GCA. Kimmy, are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, bring the arm about a half a meter, station aft.
Okay, half meter station out. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now. Motion.
Yeah, that's good motion.
Motion.
Continue. About 10 centimeters.
Start ramping down.
Keep it coming.
Mm.
Actually, give me about another 10 centimeters.
Another 10 centimeters.
And a little bit station zenith, about 5 centimeters.
Station zenith.
Okay, stop aft.
Stop aft and zenith. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay. Continue. Okay, stop motion.
Stop motion.
Okay, that looks pretty good right there.
GCA complete. Brakes on.
Okay, understand. Brakes on.
And so Scott Kelly working with Japanese astronaut Kimiya Yui to finally align the robotic arm into Kelly's view so he can begin this task.
Don't want to.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, Scott, you can retrieve your BLT from the crew lock back door, and we'll check the alignment.
In work.
And again, just to stay on top of all these acronyms for you, you will hear BLT repeatedly throughout this activity with Scott Kelly. That stands for the ball screw lubrication tool. That's the main tool that he's going to be using to apply grease to the various components inside the latching end effector. You can see it in his right hand just there on your view.
It's pretty straight. The cradle where the grease goes is in line with the zip tie, which is opposite of the depth gauge capped on tape.
Those are good words, Scott. And Scott, I'm not sure if you're noticing it, but we see in your WVS a slight curvature in the BLT.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Straighten it out there. How's that look to you?
It looks good to us, and we're really going to use your judgment since the WVS does distort the view slightly, so it might just be the lens. Hand over in 5 seconds.
Fairly straight.
And so the camera's going dark for a little while. It'll be about 23 minutes before we reacquire that video communication with the International Space Station. But as you were just watching Scott Kelly about to begin the lubrication process on this latching end effector, latching end effector B Bravo on the space station's robotic arm. Alpha was done by his fellow NASA astronaut Terry Virts during a spacewalk back in February earlier this year. We're currently 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 45 seconds into today's spacewalk. Both crew members on their second major activity. Scott Kelly about to begin with this lubrication process while Kjell Lindgren works to route the first of 2 cables that'll be providing power and data to the future home of the pressurized mating adapter number 3 and international docking adapter number 3. So again, it'll be about 20 minutes or so until we reacquire video. Until then, we'll continue to hear this voice comm between the 2 spacewalking astronauts and our ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, astronaut Tracy Caldwell Dyson.
The ball screw bridges in the BLT. And Kjell, if you could give me a status on the center point of your coil.
Center point is secure with 3 twists. And that's confirmed, Tracy?
Nice work, and copy, Scott. Okay, Scott, we're going to prep the BLT for grease application. I think you have the BLT already in the crew lock bag.
Nope, not yet.
Okay. Sorry. Let me know when you got that before you grab the grease gun.
Okay.
And Kjell, for you, if you haven't already, we're...
Tracy, with 2...
Go ahead.
All right, 2 points secure now on 286, and Tempsto, but secure on 287. I can go pick up the aft portion of the cable and start routing that to node 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's in work.
So Kjell Lindgren has the first cable, the orange cable, temporarily stowed now.
Before you leave the bag, that if you haven't already, to prep a wipe for your grease gun steps.
Okay.
So again, Kjell Lindgren has that first cable, the orange cable, temporarily stowed. He's going to retrieve one end of the coil and work it towards the forward end cone of node 1, the Unity module. That's the area right in between node 1 and the Destiny laboratory. He's going to remove all the caps on the cable and mate that cable to its connector point. And once that's completed, he'll be able to go back to the cable, retrieve it from its temporary stow point, and begin moving it across the Destiny laboratory and up over to the top of node 2, at which point he will attach a number of wire ties along the way, storing and securing the cable in place, and then giving it a temporary stow location just near the eventual port where pressurized mating adapter 3 will be located. And then once he's done with the orange cable, he'll head back and do the exact same task with the purple cable, stopping about halfway through where he'll hand off to Scott Kelly, who should by that point be almost completed with his activity with the robotic arm. Kelly will take over and route the purple cable the remainder of the way, while Lindgren will move on to his final task for the day, installing that non-propulsive valve. So each of the crew members continuing to work 3 hours, 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, we'll be getting some video coverage back in about 19 minutes from now. We'll get those views over the shoulders of both of these spacewalking astronauts, both on their first spacewalk in their spaceflight careers. For Scott Kelly, who's making his 4th flight into space, this is a pretty Important milestone for him, for Kjell Lindgren, the rookie space flyer, getting to do a spacewalk on his very first flight into space. And this will be just the first of two, as both of them will be heading outside of the station airlock again on November 6th. For a spacewalk to return some of the cooling systems on board the station back to a previous configuration.
Okay, Tracy, I'm ready to operate the grease gun.
Okay, I'll read the steps to you the first time, and then after subsequent times I'll just read prep. Remove tip cover.
Okay.
Push plunger in. And black triangle up.
Okay.
Rotate.
Plungers in, triangles up.
Great. Rotate the restraint ring to open, and then open the shutoff knob.
Open.
All right, just a note to use care.
Grease just flew out.
Okay. Use care with the BLT once grease is applied to prevent grease being liberated.
Yeah, some just like liberated off right out of the gun. I took the valve back to off.
Okay, that's probably just from...
There was some grease immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
immediately liberated.
Yeah, that's probably expected. There's an air bubble that was probably inside there that got liberated.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you need to wipe the tip of it, Scott?
Hang on. Yeah, let me wipe it off.
And guys, just a heads up, we're a couple minutes from...
Okay. All right, much better.
All right, you ready to apply the grease to the cradle of the BLT?
Yep.
Okay, it says here to carefully apply it and fill the cradle about 3/4 full.
Okay.
Kjell, how you doing?
Doing great, Tracy. I'm at lab handrail 245, and I am currently putting this wire tie on with a half twist.
Excellent. And you went over the slide wire, I presume?
That is correct, over the slide wire.
Thank you.
And I will be going underneath the gap spanner on my way to 239.
You rock.
All right. Grease is applied.
Okay, Scott, ready to safe the gun. You can close the knob, rotate the restraint ring to lock.
Okay.
Black triangle down.
Mm-hmm. Locked.
Okay, black triangle down.
Down.
Wipe nozzle and install the tip cover.
Okay.
And Scott, unless you prefer otherwise, I'm just going to refer to those as prep and safe steps. I know you got them there on your crew lock bag.
Yep. Yep, that's good. I'm going to release the grease gun. ELP.
I have another note to read, Scott, when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
When applying grease to the central rigidizing ball screw, only move the BLT in one direction. Moving it back and forth can pick up significant amounts of grease on the back side of the BLT that can be easily liberated, and it's only a concern with the central rigidizing ball screw.
Understand? One direction. And I'll go...
So just to catch you up, Scott Kelly
Out and then move it
now about to apply some grease to the first screw on his list of items for the work he's doing on the end effector of the Canadarm 2 today. The rigidizing ball screw is the large screw right in the center of the end effector on the robotic arm, and so that'll be first on his list.
I did, and it's out of the way.
Okay, and I'll say these steps, but I'm sure it's intuitive to you to place the grease cradle on the central rigidizing ball screw as far in as possible, and then move the BLT towards the lee opening, one direction only, to apply the grease. And let me know that you've felt the ridges and that the cradle has significantly less grease when you're complete.
Okay. Hard to see in there. Right. And feel the ridges pulling back. And all the way back. And significantly less grease.
Respect.
There it is.
Nice job. Okay, Scott.
See that?
If you want to hang on to the BLT, and because we're going to do a dry run of the latches, we first want to move the arm. So verify your EMU, tethers, tools, and ingress aid and all that are clear of the rotational envelope.
Do I need to clean the BLT at all?
Hey, Scott, I was just told that the arm is safed at the moment, so we cannot extend the latches or move the arm. But can you reach the latches from where the arm is currently located?
You mean the latch ball screw?
That's affirmed.
Well, for probably one of them, number 4.
Okay, that's just good info. We still need to extend the latches first. So while we're waiting for that, why don't I get a glove and hat check from you?
Okay. I'm going to Tracy, have a question when you have a minute.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so I have wire tied with one twist to 245 and 239. And now I know I'm supposed to move this, I'm not sure of the direction, but basically towards node 1. So it's going to drop one more set of handrails down to cross over to node 1. But at 230, so I guess the question is, do you want this to cross over the top of 239 as it continues on its path to node 1? Or, you know, if I thread it between 232 and 239, it's really kind of a right angle. And I know it's supposed to go under the next gap spanner as well, so.
I hear you, Kjell. Stand by.
Copy.
This is Kim. Arm is back on normal configuration again.
Okay.
And so just to update you, Scott Kelly has at this point finished applying grease to the largest and the first on his list, the large rigidizing ball screw. Next up is going to be the 4 latch ball screws.
At the end of that gap spanner, and stay on the starboard side of that MPV valve. Does that make sense?
Stay on the starboard side. Let me see. Starboard side of the MPV valve. Okay. So you want me to go past handrail 232 as well before bringing it down towards the MPV valve? Let me paint the picture I have in front of me right now.
I think I know where you are, Kjell.
239 on my left.
Yeah, so that gap spanner.
So the question is,
if you could go under the gap spanner and then come towards handrail 231, which is the short handrail kind of opposite of the MPV.
Okay. The question is, though, currently the cable is routed starboard, starboard of, and running parallel to 245 and 239. It needs to cross port of 239. And the question is, where do you want me to do that? Do you want me to, can I go over the top of 239? Cross over the top of that, or do you want me to try and fit it in between the gap between 232 and 239? Hey, Tracy, can we get a go to extend the latches?
Yes, Scott. And Kjell, stand by where...
Okay, I'm clear of the arm. Standing by, no problem.
Okay, I'm ready. So when you go, I'm going to command.
I'm ready. You have a go, Kimmy.
Okay, I'm going to confirm it. Okay, so right is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay, see motion?
See motion.
So we should be getting our video back in about 5 minutes. Right now, Scott Kelly working with Kamiya Yui to extend the latches on the Canadarm2. He's got 4 latch ball screws to lubricate next, followed by 8 linear bearing tracks. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over by the forward end cone of node 1, getting some words to help him route this cable into its final location where he's going to be able to attach it.
It's on and fully extended.
Okay, and I'm going to need some arm motion too.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, bring the arm station nadir about, and this will be for latch number 1, about 10 centimeters.
Please stand by. I'm going to configure for the manual.
Okay.
And Scott, real quick while he's doing that, Kjell?
It's a little bit hard for me to check the clearance.
Okay.
So please make sure your MWS is in your workstation is okay.
I'm clear.
Okay. Please say again the numbers, directions.
About 15 centimeters Station nadir.
Okay. Station nadir, 15 centimeters. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay, stop motion.
Stop motion.
All right.
Arm is starting stop.
Okay, I think that's a good place for brakes on.
DC complete, brakes on.
Okay. Hey, Tracy, you can have the comm back with Kjell.
Thanks, Scott. And
Thanks.
your next steps are going to be
no worries at all.
your next steps, Scott, will be the dry run practice for the latch ball screw. So if you want to just start getting familiar with the real estate you're going to be working with, I'll come back to you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Joe. My apologies. Let me see if I understand where you are. You're at handrail 239, and you have routed the. Have you tied the cable off to the forward stanchion of that handrail?
Yes. It is tied off to the forward stanchion of the handrail.
Okay, and it is coming underneath the gap spanner that is attached to that handrail, correct?
That is correct.
And what you want to know is, should the cable be routed on the port side of that handrail through handrail 232?
Well, exactly. So I have my left hand on 239, I have my right hand on 232, and I want to bring this cable down towards my feet. To do that, it's either got to cross over the top of the handrail 239, sneak in between the two eyelets for handrails 239 and 232, or continue to go starboard above 232 and drop down underneath the gap spanner that's holding the silver blanket and the cooling lines.
Okay, Chill, and we got a handover in 20 seconds. Let me catch you on the other side of that.
That's right.
So the team's just working through a couple of cabling issues. Kjell Lindgrens still working to get that first cable, the orange one, routed over to the forward end cone of node 1, where he can pop the cap off and connect it into its connection point.
Kjell, I think I understand what you're looking at, and I may have not been clear enough when I was telling you about which gap spanner to go under. The gap spanner that is attached to 239, you do not need to route under. You can go past that so that the cable goes between 245 and 239. The gap spanner that we want to make sure you go under. Okay, perfect.
Yep, yeah, I understand completely. Yep, that's great. Thank you. And I'll, so I'll undo that. And just to be clear for this, and, these stanchions all have eyelets on them. So when I'm tying these wire ties, you don't want it on the handle at all. You want it to go through I can't go through the eyelet. So just kind of pushed over on the handrail as much as possible.
If you can go around the eyelet, just use the eyelet as a structure to go around with the wire tie.
Okay, copy that.
Scott, how you doing?
I'm waiting on you.
Well, all right.
Sorry about that, Scott.
Okay, let's stand by.
Yeah, as far as practicing the latch ball screw, I thought we were going to talk through that with regards to positioning and...
Yeah, we'll talk through that, but give me a glove and hab check first.
Okay. App is good. Looks look good. No change.
Sweet. Okay, we're ready for verifying the alignment of the cradle, the zip tie, and the taped edge of the BLT handle.
Okay, that's verified.
Identify the gap in the latch with the greatest opening.
Copy.
Orient BLT such that the stem is closest to the electrical connector cover cutout and that the cradle is along the side of the latch shroud.
Okay.
Keep the stem close to alignment. Keep the... Say again?
No, go ahead.
Keep the stem close to alignment with the connector cover cutout.
It's kind of hard to tell which one is bigger, the A side or the B side.
And, you know,
It looks
Scott,
about the same.
we agree. And it actually doesn't matter. It's just, you know, if you can identify the bigger side, then it gives you more room to move around.
It's just even fitting in there is going to be.
Yeah, we understand. That's how you earn your paycheck today. Slide the BLT into the latch gap until the depth gauge is reached.
So Scott Kelly working now on the first of 4 latch ball screws, already completed the rigidizing ball screw. Following this, he'll have 8 linear bearing tracks to apply the grease to, as well as an equalization bracket and the associated rollers. Again, all of this work being done just to give a little performance boost to the Canadarm2's latching end effector used to grapple with things like spacecraft or even the space station itself.
You know, I know the intent
Yeah.
is to get it to fit.
And I think you'll find that if you slide the cradle, the backside of the cradle along the latch housing, that's about the only avenue you have to get that BLT all the way in there.
Okay.
And then once the depth gauge is reached, rotate the cradle towards the center of the electrical connector.
Okay. It's there.
Hey, Scott, we do have some WVS of you, and though it is dark, what we're looking at leads us to think you might be a little low in the latch housing, but you actually have to be more towards the corner. And remember where the electrical connector cover cutout is? There's like this rectangular part. Yeah. Okay, you're closer to that end of the latch shroud than you are the bottom. Well, that's where you're supposed to be anyway. Okay? And is that allowing you a little more motion?
More like that.
Yes. And let me know when you get to the depth gauge.
Okay.
And you look close, as far as we can tell, to the depth gauge. And we're coming up on sunrise.
The arm a little bit closer to me to get that far in there. Hey, Kimia, I'm going to need about 5 more centimeters, I think, towards me, station aft.
Station aft, 5 centimeters. Please stand by. I'm going to go to manual mode.
Okay. And I'm clear.
Okay, arm is ready. So 5 centimeters, station aft. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, No.
Good motion.
Good motion. Sweet hill.
Continue.
That's 5 centimeters.
Okay, let's stop there. Put the
Okay.
brakes on.
On. Keep it complete.
Okay, I'm going to try that again.
So Scott Kelly getting an assist from Kamiya Yui, who's controlling the robotic arm from inside the International Space Station. Moving it just a little bit closer as he continues to try and get this first of 4 latch ball screws.
I'm making my final move over to node 1 now to make the connection. Passing the MTB.
Okay.
Hey, Tracy, you have the camera?
Yes, Scott, we
Can you
do.
see my camera, Jim?
Yeah. I think we need you to rotate the BLT so that see the zip tie that you got on there? We need it pointed 180 from where it was when you had it inserted. Pointed,
okay, like this.
Pointed down.
So like that.
Yeah, toward the electrical connector, in that direction. No, rotate it clockwise.
Okay, I got you.
There you go.
Yeah, like that. All right, I think I had it 180 out now.
Yeah, and go as high as you can on the latch.
Okay, I got you.
You got it.
I'm with you. Yeah, I had it backwards, and then rotate it.
Yes. And then
Thank you.
once you get it rotated, move the entire BLT toward the electrical connector. And Kjell, I'm going to have a warning to read to you in a minute.
Okay, copy that.
And then move the BLT along the ball screw to feel the ridges, Scott.
Yeah, I feel them.
Sweet. Okay, gently rotate the BLT in both directions. So you're going to pivot it, basically, to verify restricted motion, just to make sure that that ball screw is in the cradle.
Kind of hard to tell. So,
And Scott, I'm going to talk to Kjell for just a second here.
okay.
Kjell, are you at the connector 601?
I am at the connector.
Before you remove caps, I just want to read a warning to you. If connector is hot, limit, and I mean like by the touch hot, not electrically hot, limit contact to 2.5 minutes. Glove touch temperatures may be exceeded after 2.5 minutes.
Okay, copy that. I don't expect it since we've been at night for past few minutes.
And you guys are just coming out of a night pass.
Understood.
Okay, Scott, how you doing?
Playing around with it here to see.
So you felt the ridges, but you didn't feel it when you pivoted the cradle?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell. Yeah, just quickly, Tracy, I might go to remove the cap from J601.
Yes, and you can remove the cap from your cable as well.
Copy. Those are both going in my small trash bag.
That's affirmed. Scott, what I'm hearing is that if you weren't on the ball screw when you pivoted the cradle, then the entire BLT would have kind of fell from either gone up or down.
Okay.
Does that make any sense, what I just said?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, if I rotate it like counterclockwise, I could feel them. If I rotate it clockwise, I could feel them too.
Okay, perfect. Sounds like you're on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and we recommend that you back the BLT away from the latch ball screw.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and pull that out and try it all over again. Until you get comfortable with it. And Kjell, you know the obligatory call-outs, no FOD, bent pins, good EMI?
Understood.
I thought you might.
Taking the cap off right now. I'll lock this red out here so it's not pulling on it.
Good call,
on the
Scott.
BLT.
Good call.
Okay, Tracy, I'm looking at the cable ends of the connector. No bent pins, no FOD, good EMI band. And on the
Copy.
node 1 side, no FOD.
Copy, Kjell. Good words, Kjell. We are go to mate P601 to J601.
P601, J601 is mated with the bail over center. That's complete.
Good call. All right, and do you have the cap stowed in your trash bag already?
Caps are stowed in my small trash bag. Then I'm going to grab a long ret off of my BRT now for putting on handrail 218.
Nice work.
So at this point, Kjell Lindgren has that first cable attached, the orange cable, and now he's going to be tasked with routing that all the way over to node 2. So he's going to translate from this end cone position on node 1 where it's connected across the hull of the Destiny laboratory and up around to the space-facing side, ultimately translating over to node 2 Harmony, where the port on the space-facing side of Harmony resides and will be the future home of Pressurized Mating Adapter 3 and International Docking Adapter 3.
Wire tie you just took off your BRT. We'll need that wrapped around the handrail 218 first with 3 good twists before you secure the cable to it.
Understood.
And then in that case, Kjell, the cable, once it's in the wire tie, only needs a half twist.
Okay, copy that. I think if I had maybe the arm a little bit more station port, it might make it a little bit easier. Let me try just a little, maybe about 5-10 centimeters station port, and I'm clear of the arm. Station port.
Copy, Scott.
Brakes off.
And so Scott, Kelly, and Camille Yui working to fine-tune the position of the arm. Kelly still working through his dry run practice before he begins applying the grease to these latch ball screws. The dry run in place just to make sure he gets through the procedures okay before he starts applying the grease to the internals of this robotic arm. So they're going to continue to fine-tune the position here and then begin applying. Again, there's going to be 4 of the latch screws to apply the grease to. And then he'll have to apply some more to 8 linear bearing tracks. Following that, he'll have the equalization bracket and rollers to apply grease to. And then that will wrap it up for his work on the latching end effector B for today's spacewalk. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren continuing to route that cable right now since it has been plugged in. Again, he's going to be making his way over to Node 2 Harmony, currently located right in between the connection point between Node 1 and the Destiny Laboratory. He's going to be attaching wire ties to this cable and to various handrails just to secure it in place along the way before eventually reaching Node 2 and leaving this orange cable in a temporary stow location. And I'll head back and unpack the purple cable and do the exact same task all over again with that one as well. The orange one designed to provide data to the pressurized mating adapter 3 once it gets relocated in the future, and then the purple cable will be providing power.
Hey, Scott, just a suggestion. It looks to us like when you are inserting the BLT that you have the cradle going in straight, but if you rotate it counterclockwise slightly so that that one edge of the cradle is against the latch shroud, you might be able to slide it smoother as you ride along the latch shroud. Yes. And you can, even if you touch the latch shroud as your guide, yeah, and then rotate it like you're doing. Looks good.
Tracy, can I ask a quick question?
You certainly can.
Okay, on this cable that I just routed, there is looks like the label wire tie that says Node 1, J601, P601. That is loose on the cable. Is that supposed to be wire tied down somewhere?
No, it just needs to be low profile, Jill.
Okay.
And that was really just on the cable to keep the connector from falling into the rest of the coil.
Understood. Try it again here.
And Scott, that last pass that you did looked real good to us.
Yeah. Where is, like, on the latch shroud, the stem, should it be at, like, at this, if you can see my, like, at the, like, halfway point in the shroud? In other words, bisecting it, or biased in one direction?
I think if I understand what you're saying, the ball screw is right down the middle.
Yeah. So let me make sure. On something here. If you have the WVS.
We do.
So the ball screw, when you say down the middle, it would be, if you look at the BLT, the stem of the BLT, kind of aligned with the right here, or is it more towards the center of the end effector?
Right where you originally were pointing.
So like that.
Directly behind the electrical connections. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah. Okay, directly. All right. Well, that helps. That's a little bit lower then. And what's the length of throw there then that I would get on the ball screw? Yeah, this feels much better. All right.
And Scott, that looked good to us. We think you need to rotate so the zip ties, rotate the zip tie more counterclockwise, just slightly.
Uh-huh.
And then be aware of the depth gauge.
Yeah. Just turn my glove heaters off here. We'll try it one more time after this. And Tracy, just for an update.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm making my way back up to the forward coil, and while I'm doing that, just looking for slack, and there's not a whole lot of slack in the system. I'm looking at handrail 245, the black line on the cable is maybe 5 centimeters aft of the forward stanchion of 239. On 245, that black line is a good foot aft. So just for your awareness.
Okay, I copy that, Kjell. I think we're going to need you to push it as far forward as you can, but let me get clear words. Okay, Kjell, what I'm hearing is that the evidence will be once you get to the center point, if it is right there on 286. If it is, then we're good with the slack.
Okay. Understood. Yeah, I've pulled the slack out as much as I can.
Understood.
So right now, Kjell Lindgren continuing to work and route that cable across the Destiny laboratory, tying it off of various handrails along the way. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly is fine-tuning his work over on the robotic arm, doing a couple of practice runs for applying the grease to the latch ball screws. There's going to be 4 of these. He's doing this practice before he actually applies grease to the cradle of that tool and begins working it inside of the latching end effector. That should be coming up here very shortly, though. The two astronauts, 4 hours, 28 minutes into today's spacewalk, plan to last 6.5 hours. That might get extended a little bit, but they do have the capability to go beyond that 6.5 hours.
And how much grease, Tracy?
So there in Scott Kelly's right hand, the grease gun ready to apply to the lubricating tool to start knocking out these latch ball screws one at a time. There's going to be 4 of them.
Hey, Kjell, are you at the center point?
I am. And it looks good.
Great. Once you get that secure, we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Copy. Okay, right glove with a swap of RTV that's lifted off the base of the index finger with no damage to the vectorium underneath. Left glove is unchanged, cap is dry.
Thank you, sir.
So Kjell Lindgren giving a quick reading on his gloves and his hap, his helmet absorption pad, everything looking good. With both of those, he continues this cable routing activity. The orange cable already cone of node 1. He's now working it up along the Destiny laboratory and eventually making his way over to node 2, where it's going to be temporarily stowed and ultimately plugged in one day to PMA 3, pressurized mating adapter 3, once it makes its way over there.
And Scott, I see you saved the gun. You're getting ready to go for that latch. It looks like, is it latch number 1?
Yeah, latch number 1.
Copy that.
Tracy, my cooling's at 5. I went to 4 during night.
Kjell, that was your TCV setting, you said?
That's correct.
You're at 5 and you were at 4?
That's correct.
Copy, thank you.
Thanks.
And Kjell, see you're opened up on your cuff to the proper page, so you are ahead of me knowing handle 226 is your next.
Let's see, it puts... I am taking this yellow, I'm sorry, the orange-white forward now.
Okay, and you're looking for handrail 226.
226, copy.
So Kjell Lindgren continuing to route cables. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly over here on the robotic arm applying some grease now to the first of 4 latch ball screws inside of the end effector B of the Canadarm2, the space station's main robotic arm.
Can't pull this out, block this red out again.
And Scott, just a reminder about the BLT that when you were trying to insert it and fill the ridges, having the entire BLT angled was okay, but when you're applying the grease, you know, you want to have it straight on the ball screw.
Okay. So I'm not too confident in that one, so I'd suggest I put some more grease on the cradle and try it again. It was part of having the, you know,
And Scott, I'm hearing we're good with that. You want to try another dry run at that?
yeah, let me just try putting it in there again and seeing how it feels.
You bet. Scott, did you notice any ridges in the cradle and the remaining grease?
No, I did not. That's why I want to do it again.
Okay, we got you.
how does that look there, Tracy? Can you see that?
I can see it, and that looks good, Scott. You know, we had you, you do need to tilt the stem toward the latch shroud to increase the angle.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
Then you said when applying grease, it needs to be parallel.
Correct. That's just so that you get the full contact with the cradle against the ball screw.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You see the cradle?
Not very well. Well, define C, because we can see you've got a cradle, but we don't see anything in the cradle. We can't see that closely.
Well, there's no grease on it anymore. But as far as seeing the... I don't want to get it too close to my... Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I wouldn't say there are ridges on it like there were in the video.
Did you feel like you had it on the ball screw? Did you feel the ridges?
So at some point I did. Not this last time, though. We'll try that again.
Scott, why don't you rotate it 180 so the zip tie's facing the big plump planet? Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, I feel them there. How about I put more grease on the cradle and try this again?
We like your plan.
Okay.
And then Flight says we want you to do it like that exactly every time.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, Tracy. The cable is secure to handrail 226 with a half twist. And I am not going to put one on the end cone as suggested. And I'm crossing over to node 2 and tucking these under the cables to on their way to handrail 330.
Good words.
So Kjell Lindgren about to cross over to node 2.
Now it looks all good. Just a reminder,
where
routing that
cable will ultimately reside. Node 2, the module on the left, you can see him passing over to it now. The space-facing side of node 2 is where this cable will ultimately be plugged in once the pressurized mating adapter number 3 gets moved over. And again, this is the first of 2 cables that Lindgren's going to be responsible for plugging in and routing today on this spacewalk. This first one, the orange cable, used for providing data, communications back and forth with the pressurized mating adapter once it gets installed. And then the second cable, the purple cable, will be able to provide power, and both of those will be temporarily stowed on node 2, awaiting the relocation of pressurized mating adapter 3. And while he's making his way up node 2, Scott Kelly over on the foot restraint, still about to continue with his work lubricating the various screws and latches inside of the Canada Arm 2. He's going to give this first latch ball screw another go with his lubricating tool, and then move on to the next 3. He'll also have 8 linear bearing tracks to grease after he finishes up with the latch screws, and also the equalization bracket and its associated rollers. So the pair continuing to move through their tasks, 4 hours, 44.5 minutes into today's spacewalk, which again started at 7:03 a.m. Central Time this morning. Scheduled to last 6.5 hours, so as we approach that time, the teams will make decisions about whether or not tasks will be completed per the timeline. Aside from this lubrication activity and the initial cable routing, Kjell Lindgren was also scheduled to install a non-propulsive valve over on node 3. This is a valve that was removed back in February, and a temporary restrictor plate was put in place. That is the lowest priority task for the day, so if they aren't able to make it there with enough time left, that activity could drop off of today's timeline, but for now continuing to follow everything as expected, continuing to get good readings from the suits, not tracking any issues for either spacewalker. Again, 4 hours, 45.5 minutes now into today's activity.
Grease gun safe.
Copy, Scott. Hey guys, we're less than a minute from handover. You need anything from me?
No. And I'll just report. I've got the tag that says 367. It's secured to handrail 330 with a half twist.
Nice work, Joe. Hey, as you make your way over to node 2, just want to read a caution to avoid contact with the CBM pedal covers. I know it'll be a while before you get there.
Copy that. Thank you.
So the CBM, another acronym for you today, is the Common Berthing Mechanism. That's the location on the top part, or the space-facing side of the Harmony module, where the pressurized mating adapter will eventually be installed. And then just now getting into a short handover, should only be about a minute or so until we reacquire that video link up with the International Space Station and our spacewalking astronauts. Currently 4 hours, 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. Kjell Lindgren just about has that first cable all the way over to node 2, where he's going to secure it in place. And then he'll do a quick glove and hap check before heading back over to his cable bag to begin routing the purple cable. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly continuing with that lubrication of the latching end effector on the Canadarm2, working on the latch ball screws at this time, 4 of those, and then he'll move on to the bearing tracks, which 8 of those, but should go much quicker than these latch screws, which are pretty tricky to get the tool inside, especially since you really can't see what he's doing once the tool is inside the robotic arm. And then following that, it will just be the equalization bracket and its rollers before he can begin closing this out and possibly heading over to help with that cable routing task.
Tweak a little bit later. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Good motion.
Good motion. Sorry, Scott. I need to go to the course mode, so stand by.
Okay.
Okay, hold the position, then course mode, and arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Looks good.
Okay, good motion. Clamping up.
Okay. And I'm going to want you to continue about, say, 10 degrees. Just continue in the counterclockwise direction.
10 degrees.
Yeah.
So arm is moving. Oh, I'm going to go to vernier mode since this is really small. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now. 9 to go.
Okay.
5 to go.
Yeah, that's good right there.
Stop right here.
Okay.
Okay. This is complete. Brakes on.
Copy.
And tell you looking for handrail 344.
Copy. Got a hand on it right now. Thank you.
I thought so.
Okay, I'm on 344.
Copy that, Jill. We're looking for 3 twists. With that, what you're looking for, the wire tie that says no to handrail 344, and you'll be securing 3 twists to the aft stanchion of that handrail.
Okay, do I have to unbundle this one though, right?
Yeah, you will have to split
There's
that.
another bundle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Jill, and one of those bundles will go to 343 and one to 344.
Copy that.
And as you're securing those, we would like to make sure they remain clear of the CBM pedals.
Understood.
So Scott Kelly back out with the grease gun, getting ready to continue his work on the latch screws inside of the Canada Arm 2. Again, there's 4 of these, so you'll see him applying the grease to the cradle part of the lubricating tool there that he's using for each of these individual tasks.
344 TMA3 P2J2. I'm assuming that I'm going to use the taped bundle, or the taped wire tie to secure this bundle. Is that correct?
Yeah, Joe, you got that right. Use the taped wire tie.
Okay, copy.
So continuing to get a view from Scott Kelly's helmet cam, finishing up with the grease gun there, putting it back in his equipment bag. Another small amount of grease applied to the BLT, the ball screw lubricating tool, as he continues to work on these latch ball screws. There's 4 of them located in this latching end effector of the space station robotic arm.
Okay, let me try number 2 here.
Copy, Scott.
So one already completed this, the second of 4. Following this, there will be 8 linear bearing tracks for his attention following this.
Hey, Kjell, we see through your WVS the next bundle. If you do need to release more slack, you have a go to undo that wire tie.
Okay, copy. I think I got plenty. I just unsnaked it, and I'm putting it to handrail 343 now.
Excellent.
So Kjell Lindgren at the final point over on node 2 where he's going to be storing this white and orange cable. Again, this is in an area really close to the common berthing mechanism found on the top or the space-facing side of node 2 or Harmony, where the pressurized mating adapter 3 will be located in the future, where then the international docking adapter number 3 will be attached, opening up one of 2 docking ports for future commercial crew vehicles.
Satisfied with that, Scott?
And once Lindgren gets this cable secure, he'll be able to head back over to the cable bag, which he temporarily stowed on the Destiny laboratory, and break out the second cable for the day, the purple one, which is ultimately going to provide power to this new docking port.
Okay, it's definitely less grease.
And continuing to keep an eye on the timeline for these two as we just crossed 5 hours since the start of the spacewalk at 7:03 a.m. Central Time this morning.
About 10 degrees further, like we did last time.
Okay, so 10 degrees farther than published position. So
yeah.
Okay, understand. I'm setting up the arm.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go to course mode.
Okay.
And I'm ready, so on your command.
Okay. You gotta go for motion.
For motion for latch 3. Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now. In motion.
In motion.
3 degrees to go.
Okay.
Japanese astronaut Kimiya Yui rotating the end effector as Scott Kelly prepares to apply some grease to the third of these latch ball screws, 3 of 4.
Continue. 20 more to go.
Meanwhile, the Earth continuing to pass just beneath his feet, the space station itself about 250 statute miles over the northern Atlantic, about to make a southeasterly track over northern and central Africa before heading into an orbital nighttime. If we're fortunate and we have video when they cross the Terminator line, or that line in the Earth's surface between night and day, you should get a pretty spectacular view from Scott Kelly's helmet camera.
And shall we see you trying to gang that extra bit of coil there, and that's a good move.
Copy. Can you see this WVS?
Actually, Joe, we just lost it.
Okay. The 2 coils are secure. Retwists on 344 and 345. 344 and 343.
Copy that, and if you could verify that the coils remain clear of the Node 2 Zenith CBM.
That is correct. Yes, they are.
Okay, Joe, before we send you back aft to the bag, I'd like a glove and hap check.
Got it. Goodbye.
Hey, Scott, I lost video on you. I'm not sure where you are in the dry run, but I do have some words for you before you begin applying grease to the cradle again.
Okay. Okay.
Would you mind stowing that, rolling up that wipe that you've been using and getting out a new wipe?
No, that's a good idea.
Okay, and then just another suggestion with the new wipe. Once you turn it inside out, you could, or you could leave it. You don't have to turn it inside out, and then you can put the gun inside the mitt, basically, and that way we won't have grease exposed.
Say that again with the new one.
Yeah. So the new one, you could instead of turning it inside out, you can just use it like a pocket, and then dip your gun into it, and that way the grease stays inside.
Okay. I got you. I'm sorry.
No worries. Hey, Kjell, did you give me a glove and hab check and I missed it?
No, ma'am. I did not give you one. Can I get that? Let me get back to the bag, and I'll give you one there.
Sounds good.
Sorry about that. So, Tracy, you're talking about not turning it inside out and just sticking it in the pocket there.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
Your hand would go.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So there should be terry cloth on the inside of it, right?
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to turn it inside out real quick. Just wipe down my gauntlets that have some grease on it.
Knock yourself out.
On my right glove. Right.
And guys, I got video back.
Coming up on 5 hours, 8 minutes into our spacewalk today. The video now returning as we get our looks back over the shoulders. Right now, Kjell Lindgren doing a quick glove check as he's finished stowing this first cable, the orange cable, over on Node 2. He's now going to make his way back over to the cable bag, which he stowed over on the Destiny laboratory, break out the white and purple cable, and do pretty much the exact same task where he'll be connecting it to a port in the forward end cone of Node 1 and routing it along Destiny up over to Harmony node 2 along with the orange cable. So Scott Kelly continuing to work on this task with the space station's robotic arm. Meanwhile, you can see the Earth below devolving into multiple shades of black as it begins to cross over the terminator line. They'll be entering an orbital nighttime in the not-too-distant future.
That's all right. Stand by, let me just get my situated here.
No problem.
Okay.
How's that method working for you, Scott?
Yeah, it's still messy.
I guess it's messy no matter how you turn that wipe, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys are doing great.
Okay, Tracy, I understand I'm going to take the forward coil, temp stow with 3 twists to 287, and then secure the middle with 3 twists, or the center with 3 twists.
That's firm. The center at 286, the temp stow at 287. You got it.
Copy that. Thank you.
So Kjell Lindgren back at his stowed bag over in the Destiny laboratory, where he's going to be able to get out this white and purple cable and bring it over to its install point over on the forward end cone of node 1.
And any suspicion that I'll need a little extra coil in this one too?
Oh, we don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, that one felt pretty good.
Cool.
Got ridges. But I got ridges. I would have liked there to be more grease gone, but good, you know, it was pretty good. I don't know if you could see that.
I'm getting a thumbs up from EVA back here, so we're good.
Okay. Okay. All right. LTOI. Hey, Kenny, are you ready for the GCA?
Okay, I'm ready for your GCA. Brakes on and go to simulation mode.
And I'm clear.
Okay, and course mode.
Okay.
Publish position plus 10. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. So arm is moving in publish position plus 10 in 3, 2, 1, now.
I see good motion.
Good motion. 60 to go. 40 to go. 30 to go. 20. Start ramping out.
Continue.
Yeah. That is plus 5, plus 10.
Continue. Okay, right there. Stop.
Right there. DC complete. Brakes on.
Okay.
Brakes on.
Copy.
And guys, we're coming up on sunset.
Okay. Copy, thanks. Thank you. The purple white cable is temp stowed with three twists on 287.
Copy, Kjell.
Okay, Tracy, this coil is also too short, so I'm going to go back down to the back to release a little bit more.
Copy, Kjell. Hey, Jill, if it helps you, you can take that aft coil and attach your mini workstation to it and trail it with you instead of keeping it in the bag.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. I'll do that. Got a little bit more grease on that one. Kind of like squirted out on me a little bit.
We'll just put it on your tab.
I want to wipe it off. Okay. It raised itself a little bit, but it's...
We saw that.
See that?
Where'd it go?
Yeah. It's on the BLT. It's on the stem.
Yeah, we see that.
Like somehow flung around.
That's amazing. Nice work. Major League Baseball players are very envious of you right now.
Yeah. You think we still have enough there?
Well, we can't see the cradle very well, but we are thinking about having you wipe that goober off the end.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Good idea.
35 seconds to hand over, guys.
Copy.
So Scott Kelly getting the call to quickly wipe the goober off of the end of that lubricating tool. A small amount of grease escaped the gun and attached itself to the tool. So Scott Kelly gonna clean that up before he goes in to apply some grease to the final latch ball screw, the fourth of 4. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren still translating along the Destiny laboratory, getting that cable ready. He's moving it towards the forward end cone to plug in, and then he'll be dragging this second cable. It's the white and purple one that provides power over to the node 2 Harmony section, where he has already temporarily stowed the orange one, and where both of these cables will remain at the conclusion of today's spacewalk. And we have another gap now in our video connection to the station. It'll be about 16 minutes until we reacquire a steady video comm with the spacewalking astronauts. In the meantime, though, that voice communication link will still be up, so you'll hear ground IV here in Houston, Tracy Caldwell Dyson, speaking to the 2 spacewalking astronauts, Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren, right now 5 hours, 23 minutes into this spacewalk today.
Tracy, I don't see a wire tie associated with this purple sensor mark, so I assume that I'm going to use the orange wire tie, undo it, and then use 3 twists to redo it?
Exactly. That's exactly what we want you to do.
Okay, copy. Work.
And Kjell, just a reminder, that'll be the story all the way back to through the whole cable run. You'll just be using the orange wire ties to secure the purple-white cable.
Understood. Thank you.
Scott, say again?
Yeah, that looked pretty good, Tracy. That
Awesome.
looked pretty good. That
Okay.
felt good, looked good. Had more grease coming off.
Okay, so with that, latch 4 is complete?
Yeah, latch 4 is complete.
And so with that, all 4 of the latching ball screws are lubricated. That step complete. So he's at this point finished the rigidizing and the latch screws. Now going to move on to the 8 linear bearing tracks.
Use the wipe to cover the cradle of the BLT.
Yeah. Yeah, and then kind of wrap it up in.
Yeah.
In the wipe.
You're going to bend the BLT and use the Velcro strap from the wipe or a wire tie to secure the wipe on the BLT. Just make sure there's no exposed grease.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Scott, are you clear of the arm?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let Christy talk to Kimya, but we're going to have, or I guess you can give Kimya the go for retracting the latches. We won't worry about taking photos.
Okay. Kimmy, you got to go to retract the latches.
Okay, understand. I'm going to retract the latches. Stand by. Okay, I'm going to retract latches in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay.
Good motion.
I see him moving.
Almost halfway. Okay, motor brakes on, retracted.
So right now, 5 hours, 27 minutes and change into today's spacewalk. Originally scheduled again to last just 6.5 hours. So at this point, the team's taking a look at the timeline, looking very likely now that Kjell Lindgrens' final task for the day, which was to be the installation of a non-propulsive valve, is going to drop off of the timeline today, just to make sure they have enough time to finish this cable routing task, which Kjell Lindgren now working on the second cable of the day today. And Scott Kelly going to continue on with his work over on the space station's robotic arm, Canada Arm 2. He's already gone through the first 2 tasks, getting the rigidizing ball screw and the 4 latch screws. Now moving on to the 8 linear bearing tracks, and then having an equalization bracket on there as well. So again, looking like that NPV, that non-propulsive valve task, going to fall off of today's spacewalk as they continue to work through their timeline to try and finish up these last 2 tasks with the Canada Arm 2 and with the cable routing for Kjell Lindgren. So continuing to follow along, 5 hours, 29 minutes now into spacewalk number 32 for the first for Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren.
It doesn't look like it'll fit in here. Just with the...
Scott, I don't think the idea was. I don't think it was the idea to put the whole thing in the glove, just the parts that were covered with grease, make sure those are inside the wipe, and then just bend the BLT as required. Yeah, okay.
Put it in the bag.
Yeah, put the wipe on the end of the cradle, and then fold the rest of the BLT handle.
I did.
Okay. And guys, I have some big picture words for you when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, ready.
All right.
Ready.
All right, guys.
Ready.
Guys, we're about 5.5 hours into this EVA, and our plan is to have you, Scott, finish up that Lube task. Kjell, we're going to have you complete both the aft and the forward run of that purple-white cable. By then, we'll be around 7 hours. We're going to drop the NPV task. We'll clean up where we are and bring it on in. How's that sound?
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, copy.
Cool.
And so we'll be getting that video link up with the station back in about 7 minutes or so. But for now, the two continuing with the task they've been out at for the last couple of hours. Scott Kelly continuing with the lubrication of various points in the latching end effector of the space station's main robotic arm. And meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren working to route another cable pretty much along the exact same path that he took the first one, starting off at the forward end cone of Node 1 Unity, moving it along the Destiny Laboratory and then out over to Node 2 Harmony, where it'll be stowed right next to the first cable that he already has completed routing. And as Tracy Caldwell-Dyson, the ground IV here today, just radioed up that one final task for Lindgren, the installation of a non-propulsive valve, is going to drop off of the timeline for today. It could always be added at a later date. That was the lowest priority task on the list of items for the crew today, so that could always be taken care of at a later date.
Did you also put the red inside the crew lock bag, Scott?
I actually left it on the outside, so it's still redded to the outside. I can put it in there.
Nope, we're good. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Kjell, did you need something?
No. I'm just working my way over to Node 1 with the cable.
Okay, so you got 245 and 239?
This is Kimia.
That's correct.
Can you confirm 3 twists?
If Scott can give me
Will do. Stand by. Go again, Tracy.
Oh, Kjell was just, can you confirm that you got 3 twists on both of those?
No, I'm working towards 345 and 239 right now.
Copy that, sorry. And Scott, can we get a glove and hab check from you now?
Okay. Stand by.
And so right now, Kjell Lindgren is moving with that second cable towards the forward end cone on Node 1, where he will be connecting that cable. And then once that's in place, he'll turn around and head back the other way and route the cable along the outside of the Destiny Laboratory and out over the
Excellent. Thank you.
spanning point between Destiny and Node 2, and then ultimately leaving it temporarily stowed on Node 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready for more greasing fun.
Awesome. Before we get started, let me read the caution to avoid contact with the keep-out zones in between the micro switches. You remember those?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, anytime you're ready, you can prep the gun, and then we'll be looking for, let's see, you're working on latch 4, right?
Tracks both sides, correct?
Affirm, both sides.
4 beads of grease.
4 beads.
Yeah, both
Yes.
sides.
And Scott, you can hit all the latches that...
And so for this next task, Scott Kelly no longer required to use that lubrication tool. Now using the grease gun directly, he'll have 8 linear bearing tracks to go through. So this activity, or this part of the activity, should go much quicker. He'll be placing a bead of grease about 1 to 1.5 inches long on both sides of the linear bearing tracks, located on each latch. So there's 4 total bead heads for each latch.
And Scott, I'm not sure if my last went up, but all the latches that you can reach from your current position were go for you to lube.
Okay. Okay, copy.
And just please call them out to us as you apply the grease.
Yep.
And guys, we'll be having a handover in about 30 seconds.
Okay. Tracy, it doesn't look like there's a marker for 245 on this blue, purple, white cable. There's one for 239. That's the one I'll match up.
Okay, we copy that, Joe.
Okay, I'm going to do the A side.
Back with you guys after a handover. Scott, I copied you're going to start the A side.
Yep.
Which latch was?
Outboard. Latch 4.
Copy.
And I think this is the only one I can really reach. Okay, that's complete. The other ones I can't even see the linear bearing track.
Copy that. And was that all 4 on latch 4?
No, I just did one.
Sorry, Scott, I just want to make sure that we're talking the same thing. Did you put 1 bead or 4 beads?
1 bead.
Copy.
Now I'm going to have to light the grease gun because it's got some... little messy here.
Okay, guys, we're back with you on video as well.
Okay. Kimmy, I'm going to have you bring the arm a little bit closer to me, about maybe 5 to 10 centimeters.
Understand. Stand by. So GCA for station out to 5 to 10 centimeters, right?
Correct.
It's really hard to see your clearance between you and arms, so please watch out.
Okay, I got the clearance.
Okay. I'm in manual mode. Okay, so arm in station aft 5 to centimeters.
Yep.
Okay, arm is moving in 3, 2, 1 now.
Okay, stop motion. That's good, right?
Motion, that's 5 centimeters. And GCA complete, brakes on.
Okay.
Brakes on.
Copy, brakes on. I have to wipe the grease gun here again. Feeling grease.
Messy stuff, huh?
Yeah. Okay, I did the inboard A side. So there's 2 of the linear bearing tracks complete.
Copy, Scott. Hey, Scott, I got a suggestion.
Yeah.
Try not squeezing the trigger so hard. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, there was like nothing. Seemed like nothing was coming out, and then I got more than I bargained for. But yeah, thank you.
You bet. Go ahead, Kjell.
And cable secure with 3 twists at 239 and 245.
Copy, Kjell. And you verified over the slide wire?
That's correct. Over the slide wire, and now going under the gap spanner.
Great, thank you.
So again, Kjell Lindgren working on this second cable routing task. He has the white and purple cable now, which is going to be routed along the exact same path. The first one was the orange one, and ultimately left in a temporary position out on the space-facing side of node 2, where it's eventually going to get plugged into the pressurized mating adapter 3 once it gets relocated.
Copy, latch 4 complete.
So I'm going to need a rotation kind of back to that published position, Kim.
Okay, so last time published position plus 10, so I'm going to go back to that position. That's okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
That's good. Just verify everything's clear.
Everything's clear.
Okay, so I'm going to be rotated in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay. Okay, that's different direction, but that's fine.
Different direction?
That's good. It doesn't. I don't think it matters which ones we loop. So.
Well, actually, we're gonna hit the joint angle limit. So we need to go back to original. I mean, go back to another direction.
Hey. Go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Scott, we're expecting you guys to go to latch 3. So you should see the arm rotate clockwise in your view, Scott.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, continue.
Continue. In 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, good motion.
Good motion.
Ready to go?
So right now, Scott Kelly continuing to apply grease directly to these linear bearing tracks. There's 8 of them on the right outside of the latches on the end effector of Canadarm2. The 2 spacewalkers 5 hours, 47 minutes into their activity today.
That's good.
Top right gear, flex on. Rotation complete.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How you doing, Kjell? Doing great, thank you. Getting ready to make the connection node 1 here.
As you just heard, Kjell Lindgren radio down just about in position to connect the white and purple cable to its connection point in the forward end cone of node 1, the Unity node.
Copy, thank you. Okay, I'm going to do the outboard A side, and then just kind of continue to the right.
Copy, Scott.
And again, Scott Kelly still working on these linear bearing tracks. Once he's done with this, he'll move on to the equalization brackets and their associated rollers. There are 4 equalization brackets and 16 rollers, so still a bit of work ahead for him.
Hey, Tracy.
Go ahead,
I'm on node 1. I have the J602, P602 connector in front of me.
Okay, I see that in your hand. You're going to disconnect that connector, and then you're going to take the cap off of the cable that you just ran. And then you're going to place that.
Okay, copy.
Yeah. Let me know when you get that complete.
Copy.
Kjell Lindgren at the connection point on the node 1 forward cone, working to get that cable in place now. Once he's able to complete that, he'll start routing it back up, following the exact same path he followed with the orange cable in the activity he just completed just a couple of minutes ago.
Wipe some more grease off of this thing. Okay, I have the cap off of P602, or off of the purple-white cable.
Okay, you're going to take the cap from the purple-white cable and install it on HMU 027C 270 P602.
Understood.
Hey, Joe, and that connector that you're working on, we expect to be a little difficult. Not sure if we couldn't tell from the video if you were applying any backward force on the back shell, but that might help you as you move the lever.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do.
Hey, Jill, if you take your right hand on the bail and on the back shell and your left hand on the bail and move everything toward your right, that should help it.
So Kjell Lindgren working with a stubborn connector. He'll work to make sure this is a tight mate before moving on to finish routing the cable.
All right. Okay, Kimmy, I'm clear if you want to go to the next position.
Okay, so next gonna be latch 2.
Latch 2.
Okay.
Copy, Scott.
And single check mode.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I'm moving to latch 2 in 3, 2, 1, now. Good motion, good motion. And this time as well, I mean 10 plus 10 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, 45 to go. Ready to go. Start ramping out.
Continue.
Yeah. 10 to go. Start ramping out. 5 to go. This is expected.
Give me about 5 more degrees.
5 more degrees.
Okay, that's good. Right there.
Stop and down. Rotation complete.
Okay, brakes are on, understand. Tracy, any other suggestions?
Yeah, Jill, we are looking at the crib sheet right now. We may be using an adjustable, but stand by.
Okay, copy.
So again, Kjell Lindgren wrestling with a stubborn connector there that doesn't want to come undone. The team's down here on the ground reviewing their workaround procedures to see if they could get him something to hopefully loosen that cable connection.
Hey, Kjell, can I just stand by?
So just crossed the 6-hour mark of today's spacewalk. These tasks continuing. Scott Kelly still working on finishing up the lubrication of the linear bearing tracks.
Go on the latch 1.
Go for latch 1.
Nice.
Okay, arm is ready. So go for the rotation for the latch 1 in 3, 2, 1, now. In motion. Good motion. You need to go. You need to go.
Okay.
10 to go.
That's good right there.
Stop right there. And rotation complete. Brakes on.
Okay.
Hey, Kjell, we got to go for you to use an adjustable. So what we suggest is one hook on a handrail and the other one on the bail, and then use, on the lever, and then use that handrail to your advantage to move the lever.
Okay, copy that. Okay, A side, outboard. Okay, the inboard side.
Copy.
Okay, so Tracy, or did you see anything right now?
Nope, you're
No,
clear.
we're good. Go ahead, man. Okay, just to be clear, so I have an adjustable on the lever that's going through a handrail. I'm going to try and use the mechanical advantage to
That's affirmative.
move the lever, okay? Okay, the inboard on the B side. That did the trick. Thank you so much.
You rock, man.
You guys rock. Okay. And the outboard B side, although I had no grease come out of it, now I got a little bit more than I wanted, but if you can see that.
We can't see it, Scott.
Oh,
Are you saying you got more grease on the bearing track?
yeah, on the linear bearing track. Yeah. On the side, I mean, it's just more than I put in the other spots.
Okay, we'll talk about it here for a second, but I think as long as you've avoided the keep-out zone, you're good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Scott, you're good.
Okay.
And Kjell, you probably are all over this, but the cap that you took off from your cable goes on the P602 side of HMU 270.
Copy, that's complete. I evaluated. There was no 5 good pins and good EMI band. That's probably not important for this one that's being stowed. And I'm in the process of connecting the other 2 now.
Copy, good call. Hey, Kjell, while you've got that in your hand, you could slide the booty over the connector of HMU 270.
Okay. You want the booty on the new new cable? Is that correct?
From what I'm reading, it looks like it goes over HMU, but yes, it goes over.
It goes over the kickback connector and the cap.
Yes.
Because I don't think it's going to release from the. Okay. And that is mated. That was mated over center. That cap.
Copy that.
Okay, Tracy, I'm cleaning off the tip of the gun here.
Okay, copy that, Scott. And with that, if you are clear, we can give the go to extend latches, I believe. Yes, I'm getting the head nod.
Okay, I am clear.
Okay, I'm ready. Stand by. I'm ready to extend the latch.
Okay, let's go ahead. Here you go.
So, latch is moving in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, motor brakes on. Right now, latch position.
Okay. Copy, brakes on.
Brakes on.
So Tracy, are we going to do the rollers?
That's affirmative. You might want to get a clean wipe for this.
Okay.
But I'll leave it up to you, Scott. That's your call.
No, I'll get a new one because this one's kind of done.
And Kjell, how are you doing?
Doing great, Tracy. So while you guys were chatting, I connected J602 to P602, the purple and white. There's good EMI No 5, no debris. And I am moved over to 218 to gang the cable into that wire tie.
Excellent. Thanks. Okay, guys, I got some big picture words for you. We're looking at the clock, and we're thinking about having you guys clean up at this time. Kjell, continue working the cable that you're on now, and as you make your way back to the cable bag, tending the slack as you have before. Scott, we're going to have you start cleaning up your work site now, so I apologize for the work you had to go through to get that wipe out. But you can, I think the first thing we need to do is get Kimya driving the arm away. So once you've verified that your EMU, tethers, tools, and et cetera are clear of the SSR RMS, you can give him the go to maneuver to the back off.
Okay, Kimya, I am clear. You have a go to maneuver to the back off position.
I'm going to go to back off position. Stand by for the joint broadcast.
And so as you just heard the ground IV here, Tracy Caldwell Dyson radio up to the crew. They're going to tell them to go ahead and start cleaning up and making their way back towards the airlock as we are 6 hours, 14 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just not thinking they would have enough time to get this final lubrication task completed with all of the latches. So the only task not completed with this latching end effector lubrication is the equalization brackets and rollers, but doing the main rigidizing ball screw, the 4 latch ball screws, and all of the linear bearing tracks on each of the 4 latches done successfully, so just leaving off one of those. But at this point, Camilla Yui backing the space station's robotic arm away so Scott Kelly can step out of the foot restraint that he's been in for the last few hours and begin cleaning up the work site, typically taking about 15 minutes or longer just to do that cleanup activity, at which point he will start making his way back to the airlock, and then Kjell Lindgren getting the words to begin wrapping up and stowing the cable in its current location, and so he can do cleanup on of his own, grab the cable bag, and also start making his way back towards the airlock.
Okay, Scott, numbers are confirmed, so arm is ready for motion.
Okay, I'm clear.
Okay, so arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
I don't see any motion.
Try again.
Yeah.
Arm is moving in 3, 2, 1, now.
Good motion.
Good motion.
There you see Canadarm2 backing away from Scott Kelly, who finished up now with the lubrication task on that latching end effector.
Looks like about 3.
Copy 3.
And Tracy for cabling.
Stand by.
Our motion complete, Timmy?
Motion complete, good numbers.
Okay, thank you.
And for those wondering what the spinning satellite is, from this view from Scott Kelly's helmet cam, you can see it just over the top right portion of the arm. That is the Rapid Scat payload on the International Space Station. It's an Earth-observing payload that measures wind speed and wind direction over the ocean, useful for weather forecasting, hurricane monitoring, and observation of large-scale climate phenomena like the El Nino that we've been experiencing this year.
Kjell, and waiting for words of whether that was expected.
Okay. I'm pushing all the slack forward.
Copy that. Scott, I'll be getting a crew lock bag inventory from you while you're still there on the APFR, if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so on the left side, I got the BLT, the handle sticking out. It's got a red to the outside of the bag. Got a wipe over the business end there. In the bag, there are 2 used and 1 partially used wipe. I wiped my gloves off with the one I opened.
You should have 4 wipes in there, Scott. Do you see the 4?
Yeah, that's total. Total of 4. BLT, 2 used and 1 partially used on the left, on the right side.
Okay, and do you see the adjustables attached to those? I'm sure you do.
I see an adjustable there. I mean, I can go open it up and pull them all out and check, but I can't see them.
That's not necessary, Scott. Did you see the scraper?
Okay. The scraper is in there, yes.
Okay, if you'll just secure the grease gun.
Okay.
Jill, we're still waiting for a word on the Slack.
Okay. Copy.
Hey, Jill, big picture for you. Once you get that secured, we'll have you go back to the cable bag, give me a quick inventory of the inside and out, and then we'll have you pick up crew lock bag number 2.
Copy. Good work.
Hand over in 30, guys.
Hey.
So right now, Kjell Lindgren working to secure that white and purple cable, which he was able to connect to the forward end cone on node 1. It's going to be just placed in a temporary position here on the Destiny laboratory for final routing on a future spacewalk. And that final task that was originally on his timeline today, the NPV install no longer occurring. That was the lowest priority task for the day, so that'll be deferred to a future spacewalk as well. Scott Kelly cleaning up the work site as he just wrapped up his lubrication duties over on the Canadarm2 robotic arm, successfully getting 3 of the 4 areas that they were hoping to apply some grease to today to just give a performance boost to the end effector, which is used by the robotic arm to latch on to various payloads, spacecraft, even the station itself, as the Canadarm2 is capable of moving across in an inchworm fashion. But the two spacewalkers, Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren, now in the stages of cleanup. They're going to be making their way back towards the airlock in the next couple of minutes or so. Right now, 6 hours, 22 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk.
Just shut it down. There's currently slack between handrail 245 and the center 286.
Stand by.
Copy.
Okay, Joe. We appreciate the offer, but we don't need to worry about that slack. We'll just get you back to the to the cable bag and start inventory.
Copy.
Hey, Scott, for you, we're looking for you to egress the APFR.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm doing.
I figured as much, and then...
Grabber daddy off.
Okay. And then I've got settings for you to reconfigure it when you're ready.
Okay. You can tell me now.
Okay, you're going to actually reclock it, so it's 6 uniform Fox 12.
Okay. 6 uniform Fox 12.
Good readback.
I'm ready to give you an inventory when you're ready, Tracy.
Go ahead, Chell.
Okay, I have the cable back. It is the flap 5 is still down with the yellow cable underneath it. There's a small ret going from the lid to handrail, and the large, small ret on the handle of the bag.
Okay, Chell, actually we're going to have you retrieve those 2 reds and put them on your mini workstation.
Okay, copy, that's in work.
And once you get those, Chell, you can close the lid and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Tracy, should I reclock it first or put it in the, or does it not make a difference?
You know, I'm going to leave that up to you, Scott, whatever is easier for you to handle.
Okay.
You may want to get that ingress aid folded up against the boot plate, though, while you're right there.
Okay.
So Scott Kelly working right now to reconfigure the foot restraint that he was using to perform that lubrication task on the latching end effector of the station's robotic arm. Again, he was able to accomplish 3 of the 4 areas that he was hoping to get to with the grease today, getting the rigidizing ball screw, the latch ball screws, all 4 of them, and then all of the linear bearing tracks, of which there were 8, all had grease applied, not able to get to the equalization brackets and the rollers, but that, again, the teams controlling the arm, expecting that the work that was done today should help to improve the performance and cut down on some of the friction they were seeing with the Canada Arm 2. So a job done successfully today for Scott Kelly with this lubrication task. Meanwhile, Kjell Lindgren over finishing up. He's stowed the cables in a temporary position, now collecting his crew bag. Not able to get the purple cable routed all the way over to node 2, but in a good location temporarily now on the Destiny laboratory, just a quick short distance away to node 2. That can be finished on a future spacewalk, which will be necessary once that pressurized mating adapter gets relocated anyway, so not a big concern there. And as mentioned earlier, that a non-propulsive valve not going to be installed today over on the Tranquility node. That valve was removed during a spacewalk by Butch Wilmore back in February. It was initially removed to just give ample clearance for the relocation of the PMM, which was done successfully. But that, again, the lowest priority item on the task list for the spacewalkers today, that also can be deferred and completed at a spacewalk on a later date. So for now, the crew, the 2 spacewalkers cleaning up their work sites, getting ready to head back soon towards the airlock, at which point they will get all of the bags inside before themselves, closing the thermal cover and then the hatch, and then beginning the repressurization of the airlock, and therefore the end of the spacewalk. Right now, though, we sit at 6 hours and 28 minutes of spacewalking time today, since the pair turned on their batteries at 7:03 a.m. Central Time this morning. And we'll continue to follow the clock as they move into the final stages of this spacewalk today. Pretty soon we'll be back inside of the airlock.
Kjell, that bag is looking mighty good.
Yep. I concur. That bag is complete. We will get crew lock bag number 2.
Copy and concur.
Yeah, I've got my BRT rep. Select bag number 2.
Copy, Jill. Good config.
That's on my BRT.
So Kjell Lindgren now has all the items in stow. Should be heading back to the airlock momentarily. And he'll be responsible for stowing the various bags back inside the airlock, 2 crew lock bags, and then 1 MLI bag, and then the cable bag should be making the trip as well.
Copy that, Jill. We're ready for you to translate back to the airlock. Just follow your safety tether.
Copy.
Again, Kjell Lindgren headed back towards the Quest airlock. Scott Kelly going to be heading that way momentarily. First, they'll pass all of the bags through the airlock door and then start heading in themselves. The spacewalk will formally end once the repressurization of the airlock has begun. Right now we sit at 6 hours, 33 minutes elapsed time for EVA 32 today.
Okay, APFR is 6 uniform Foxtrot 12.
Copy, Scott. And we got black on black, good pull test?
Yes, black on black, good pull test. And gotta get my red off of it.
Okay, and when you're in a good position, I'll take a glove and hap check.
Okay. Tracy, I'm back at the airlock.
Hey, Scott, disregard the glove and hap check. You're coming in soon, so.
Okay. And Tracy, I'm back at the airlock. Start putting bags in.
You bet.
Okay, thanks. Looks like reel 26, my red reel, not taking up slack. I'm sorry, my green reel.
Okay. You want to try?
Not taking up slack here at the very end.
Why don't you try cycling the?
Unlock.
Try cycling the lever there to lock and then unlock.
Copy. All right.
And Scott, you're getting ready to leave ESP2?
Yep, I just picked up my local, and I'm going to head back to the lab.
Perfect.
Okay, I got that. I did lock and unlock, pulled out a little bit of line, and that worked okay. So it's now reeling in.
Okay, great, Joe. Hey, Scott, sorry, before you get too far, we'd like you to verify that there was a yacht of 12 on the APFR.
Yes. Does it not look right?
Stand by one. Yeah.
Clocking at 6. Uniform. Foxtrot. Let me go back and check.
Yeah, what you read to me.
Go to open the thermal cover?
You have a go.
Thanks. Actually, what was the previous setting? Yeah, it's still in 6. I got a yacht around. You're right. Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, we want the ingress 8 pointed nadir.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I just saw the 12 on the other side, and it looked like it was okay.
So Kjell Lindgren looking back inside the airlock. He's going to start moving the bags in. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly back at his work site, just getting the foot restraint in its final configuration. Once he's done with this, he'll start translating back up and head back towards the airlock himself.
Okay. That's in 6 uniform, Foxtrot 12, Tracy.
Thanks, Scott.
And again, this is a view from Kjell Lindgren's helmet cam looking inside of the crew lock.
And Scott, let me know when
I'm
you...
going to pick up my...
Reading my mind, thank you.
Yeah, I'm at my green hook. Hey, Tracy, that crew lock back 2 is rated in the airlock. I'm going to get the MLI back now.
Sounds good, Kjell. And just a heads up for both of you, once you got those bags inside, Kjell, we want Scott to get another look at your left shoulder before you ingress for the final time.
Copy. You bet.
So one of the bags already in the airlock. Scott Kelly will have another crew lock bag. The MLI bag also making its way in, that bag containing the MLI, the multi-layer insulation that Scott Kelly removed from a main bus switching unit during his first task of the day.
Okay, green hook is to the red tether reel.
Copy, Scott.
Do I have to go back? You think I need to go back up S0 to probably, right? Or translate through here between ESP2 and the lab, probably for handrails.
Yeah, I think, we need you to go up that strip.
Yeah.
And we also...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you get that adjustable.
Even though my... No, I have that on my wrist, actually.
Okay, you had a poor man's then at the back at the airlock.
Yeah.
Scott Kelly continuing to make his way towards the Quest airlock. His fellow spacewalker Kjell Lindgren already there working to stow the bags inside. Once all the bags are in and the crew does a quick inventory on their mobile workstation, basically the utility belt on the front of their spacesuits. Make sure they check all their tethers. They'll head inside after the bags. And again, once the airlock door is closed and repressurization starts, the spacewalk will officially end. Right now it's 6 hours, 45 minutes elapsed time.
You're picking up my four-man fairly
Copy, Scott.
on here.
Hey, Kjell, we're going to leave you in the airlock and get you back on your SCU.
Okay.
So Kjell Lindgren now inside, getting the call. He's going to hook up to his SCU a little bit earlier. It's the service and cooling umbilical, able to provide life support to the suit itself from station assets.
My waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender and then lock. And you want me to get on SCU?
That's affirmative.
Okay, that's in work.
Until I copy, you have a good config.
And Lindgren verifying he didn't leave anything outside. So going to go ahead and get back on that SCU. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly at the airlock opening now.
I understand Kjell is tethered in the airlock. That is correct. I've got my waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender. Gate closed, black on black locked. Okay, so I'm going to put down the local and then give you the crew lock bag that I have. Is that right, Tracy?
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Just poke my head in here. This bag. Okay, stand by. Okay, my SU is on and locked. Okay. Here's the
Copy,
big
Kjell.
hook. Okay, great. Okay, you can hold the bag up for a minute while I get this hook. Okay, sure. Okay, that is retted. That is hooked to the airlock. You can release your ret. Okay. Let me release the BRT here. Ret. Okay, the ret's released. Okay, coming up. You got it. Okay, Tracy, do you have steps for me for getting on SCU?
Yes, Kjell, just need you to, we need to remove the SCU from the stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover, and then connect your SCU to your DCM.
It is connected.
Okay, good.
You're good to go then.
Say again?
No, I'm just telling Kjell, that's all. Okay.
And for you, Scott, you're probably working on this, but he's connected, Kjell's connected, so you can release his safety tether attached to your waist tether.
Okay. I'll do that.
And I'll remind you guys to set your TCVs to 8 to minimize time for SCU cooling.
Copy. Copy that, Tracy. Okay, I'm tethered to Kjell's safety tether, and I have 2 gates closed and locked on both of them. So, Tracy, I'm going to remove my safety tether.
We're at a good config, Scott.
Okay.
Scott Kelly now about to make his way inside of the Quest airlock. Kjell Lindgren already inside, getting hooked back up. Once both are inside and they're able to close the hatch to the Quest airlock and begin repress, the spacewalk will come to an official end. Right now sitting at 6 hours, 52.5 minutes elapsed time.
Moving out of the way. I'll push your tether in. And I got to go in feet first. And all right, any last things out here? Tracy, I think I go to ingress.
You have a go to ingress, Scott.
Okay.
And then just a heads up, you'll be closing the thermal cover behind you.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, Scott, you got the thermal cover with you. I do? Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Hey, Challen, I just wanted to give you a heads up. We're seeing in the data that your CO2 is increasing. FYI.
Okay. Copy that. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna poke my head back down and put a red or pull on the thermal cover here. If you can just tap it away and have it come back to you. Yeah, thanks.
Nice work, Scott.
The thermal cover is closed.
You got the Velcro strap?
Yeah, so, yeah, let me get that. And that little strap just goes right on the, not really sure where that Velcro's to. I see it's a little bit skewed.
Yeah, it's over. There you go.
Yeah. Seems like it's,
Has it seen better days?
yeah, it's like not straight anymore. Or maybe it never was, but... Try this. How's that look? Looks good to me. It's not completely attached on all sides, though, Tracy.
I see that, Scott. Stand by.
I mean, and it's kind of maybe because of the Velcro strap. Kind of potato chippy.
Hey, Scott, it looks pretty good to us. We need just less than a 5-inch gap.
Okay.
Okay, before we start working the hatch, Scott, we'd like to get you on your SCU, so if you could remove your SCU from the pouch, remove your DCM cover, Velcro it back, and then connect your SCU.
Okay. Fix this right here. Here's your yeah. Thanks.
So at this point, both spacewalkers, Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren, back inside the airlock. The thermal cover closed. Next up will be the hatch itself. And shortly after that hatch gets closed, repress will begin and the spacewalk will officially end. Coming up on 6 hours, 59.5 minutes. Total elapsed time for today's extravehicular activity out into the vacuum of space.
Is it the MLI in the way, or?
Yeah, it's new. I lift it a little bit this way. Yeah. At the very base, when you're putting that handle down, and that helps. Oh, you like? No, not from there. Close, very close to the DCM. As close to the base of the DCM as you can. But apply a little bit of this. Okay. All right. Now.
So the DCM, the display and control module that they're plugging the SCU into, which is the service and cooling umbilical to, again, transfer their suits back to getting life support consumables from station resources.
Powered with the hose? Here, I'll put my hand underneath and just kind of show you. You can kind of fit your hand. Come towards me a little bit. Like right under here. And just give a little bit of outward pressure while you're closing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thanks, man. Did I do it? I did it. Sweet.
Great teamwork, guys.
Okay, Tracy, SCU is on.
All right, guys, we're going to take your water switches off, and you can expect a water is off message.
Okay, EV1 water coming off. EV2 water off.
Okay, guys, we've started a 2-minute timer. Copy. We've started a 2-minute timer. Caution, do not close the hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes. And verify Scott outer hatch clear of hardware.
Okay.
So now under 2 minutes to wait until Scott Kelly will get the go to close the hatch. And then after that, they'll be able to begin the repress. And again, this spacewalk will come to a close.
Okay. Yeah, it's clear, Tracy.
Thanks, Scott. Can you verify the handle position per hatch decal?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, stand by and I'll give you the go for the hatch.
Okay, it's in a good spot.
Okay, guys, your 2 minutes are up. Scott, you have a go to close and lock the hatch.
Copy.
So Scott Kelly moving the outer airlock hatch into place. He'll get that positioned and then close it up and lock it. Shortly thereafter, the repressurization of the crew lock inside of Quest will begin and our spacewalk for today will end.
Hey, Kjell, are my feet hitting something? Your feet are... hard to tell. Looks like they're up at the Venus. Okay. Pushing myself here. Here, I can try and get this inner bag out of your way. Okay. Yeah, I need to rotate a little bit. Do that. To my left. There you go. Thanks.
Quick bit of teamwork as Kjell Lindgren clears the way for Scott Kelly to position and then finish closing this hatch.
Okay, then you need to move them back in the direction you were. All right. Because you're right in front of me now. Okay. I'm going to have to get my head down and my feet up. Okay. Well, let me help. Feet this way. There you go. There you go. Nice. Yeah. Hey, you see anything? Okay, everything clear? SCU on your right. SCU cover on your right. Okay, I see it. Thanks. Okay. Look good. Clear. Looks clear. Okay. Pushing down.
Guys, we have handover in about 30 seconds.
Okay. Nice work.
So with that handover, just now losing our video signal with the space station for roughly the next 9 to 10 minutes or so. Scott, Kelly, and Kjell Lindgren inside of the crew lock of Quest, getting the hatch closed. Once that's closed, they'll start going through their repressurization checklist, able to start repressurizing the hatch and then open up the door back into the equipment lock where JAXA astronaut Camille Yui will be standing by to assist the pair to get out of these spacesuits that they've been wearing for the last well over 7 hours. We're at 7 hours, 8 minutes elapsed time for the spacewalk. Again, that timer will stop ticking up once the repressurization has begun, which should be in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Okay, guys, I'm back with you after a handover.
Trace?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the little yellow block thing is not catching.
On the handle?
Yeah, on the handle.
Stand by, I'm getting some words. Can you check her?
Position when...
Go ahead.
Yeah, the handle position when I... Go ahead. No, I'm just saying the handle position when I closed it was kind of like in the middle of these two frames, not exactly where this arrow... Now I see that's kind of an arrow where it's pointed. It was more towards the black line.
Hey, and Scott, I don't have video of you anymore.
I don't know if that matters. Okay. I got it.
Good work.
It's locked. Closed and locked now.
Okay, great job. Okay, with that, we're going to move into the pre-repress portion of the cue card. I'll read that to you. First thing is to check that your SCUs are connected to your DCMs.
EV1 is connected. EV2.
And check that your water switches are in the off position.
EV1's off. EV2 is off.
Okay, and we just checked that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
Yep.
Okay, Kjell, for you on the UIA, check oxygen, EMU 1, 2, valves, 2 switches are in the open position.
They're in the open position.
Take 2 switches, power EV1 and 2 to on.
Okay. EV1 power on. EV2 power on.
Okay, check power EV1 and 2 EMU LEDs. 2 of them are on, ON.
2 LEDs are on.
And check power EV1 and 2 volts are between 18 and 19.
EV1, EV2 volts are both 18.5.
Take on your DCMs, your power switches to SCU, expect a warning tone.
Okay, EV1 power to power to SCU.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have you both on SEU?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, guys, with that, we have called this EVA concluded. On behalf of the entire team here, we want to thank you guys for all the hard work that you put into this heck of a task. You guys did a great job. It's been our honor to serve you guys, and we look forward to seeing you once you're back inside.
Hey, thanks, Trace, and thanks to the whole team. We do understand how much work it takes to put this together and how much you guys are looking out for our safety and well-being, and we really appreciate it.
You bet, Scott. And with that, I'm going to hand you over to Kimya for the crew lock repress.
Okay, great job, you guys. So I'm going to take over from crew lock repress. And first, there is a warning, but not applied to you, so disregard. Both of you, for step 1, the DCM, auto actuator to press.
Okay, stand by.
And so again, right now we're standing by for the repressurization to begin. That'll mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
My mirrors aren't what they once were. Yeah, mine too. Hard to see. PRT set. That's away. You can barely even see us. Let me know if you need a hand. I can probably help. Hey, let me try this other mirror. There you go. Okay, EV1 is in press. EV2 is in press.
So both of you guys, step 2 for DCM, and switch comm mode to hardline.
Econ mode.
You also did that, Kjell?
Good. I'm sorry, car mode hardline for EV2. Sorry.
Okay. Both you guys did comm mode hardline. So for Scott, step number 3, check EV hatch and valve is closed. Okay. So step 4, we're gonna start pressurization. So are you ready?
Station Houston on 1 for Kimya. At this point, you can switch to 5.
Okay. Thank you.
And just got confirmation that the repress has begun, officially ending this spacewalk today. 7 hours, 16 minutes total elapsed time. The repress start coming at 2:19 p.m. Central Time, 3:19 p.m. Eastern. Again, EVA number 32 now at a close. Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren inside of the Quest airlock repressurizing. That repress starting after a total spacewalk elapsed time of 7 hours, 16 minutes, coming at 2:19 p.m. Central, 3:19 p.m. Eastern. Over the next 10 minutes or so, the air will begin to filter back into the crew lock of the Quest airlock, where both Lindgren and Kelly are currently floating in their spacesuits, already plugged back into station life support systems. Once the pressurization has equalized, they'll be able to float through the hatchway that Camilla Yui will open up, who's standing by to help them start getting out of their spacesuits and bring an end to a very long day for these two spacewalkers. Very physical and physically intensive activity, especially after a little over 7¼ hours outside working continuously. So much like the depress, there's going to be a couple of moments where they will stop the repress just to do quick checks on the equalization between the two areas, stopping off at 5 psi and then moving on up towards the nominal pressurization of 14.7, the same atmospheric pressurization you and I enjoy down here on planet Earth. Once the pressures are equalized, again, Camilla Yui will be able to open up the hatch between the crew and equipment locks inside of Quest and begin bringing Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren back inside. And the first thing they'll do is pop off the helmets and the gloves, and we will stay on the air as we always do until the helmets are off and the crew members are back inside. But again, today's spacewalk lasting 7 hours, 16 minutes, accomplishing the lion's share of the task today, as they were tasked with doing a number of items all over the space station. Scott Kelly successfully removing the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, from a main bus switching unit, clearing the way for the Dexter robot to remove that in the future and potentially set it up to be brought inside for repair work. Kjell Lindgren successfully installing some thermal blankets, a thermal blanket and a thermal wedge over on the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and getting some cable routing done, as well as Scott Kelly doing all of that lubrication work on the robotic arm. So for now, we'll go ahead and follow along as this repress is in work and wait to see these crew members pop back inside of the equipment lock and begin taking off their spacesuits. Again, 7 hours, 16 minutes total elapsed time for this spacewalk today, beginning at 7:09 a.m. Central Time and coming, or 7:03 a.m. Central Time, and coming to an end at 2:19 p.m. Central Time. And while this repress continues, a couple of quick statistics for you. So this was the first spacewalk for both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. So both now have a total of 7 hours and 16 minutes of spacewalking time on their resume. This was the 189th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. The total spacewalking time now sits at 1,184 hours and 16 minutes. A cumulative time of about 49.3 days of spacewalking, all in support of this orbiting laboratory. So another successful one in the books today, again lasting 7 hours, 16 minutes. The crew members currently still inside of the crew lock waiting for this repressurization to complete before the hatch can be opened and they can begin doffing their suits, bringing an end to a long but successful day for Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. So again, right now we're just waiting for the pressure inside of the crew lock to equalize with the pressure there in the equipment lock and the rest of the space station before Camille has the go to open up the hatch and begin bringing both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren back inside. Both spacewalkers already plugged back into station life support systems. The outer hatch to the Quest airlock closed and the repress began back at 2:19 p.m. Central Time, so just about 9 minutes ago. The spacewalk ending after a total elapsed time of 7 hours and 16 minutes, the first spacewalk for both of these NASA astronauts. So the spacewalk officers down here in Mission Control reporting the crew lock already at 11 psi and climbing. Again, going up to that equalization pressure of 14.7 before Kamiya Yui there is going to be able to open up the hatch. So should just be a few more minutes. And he'll be able to pop that open and bring Scott, Kelly, and Kjell Lindgren inside and assist them to get out of their spacesuits, which again they've been wearing for the duration of their 7-hour and 16-minute spacewalk, and we're actually in quite a bit of time beforehand, getting suited up and doing all of their in-suit light exercise to just prepare for the spacewalk. So it'll be a very welcome occurrence for those two spacewalkers to hop out, and then the crew actually just about at its sleep period, so it'll be probably a big meal, as these astronauts haven't eaten since before they got suited up early this morning, and then right off to bed.
Олег, еще по радиограмме 0421 там файл пришел.
Да, я уже посмотрел, есть.
Принято.
And so looking like it's been equalized, so we should be opening up the hatch now. And so with the hatch open, it's time for these two spacewalkers to return inside of the equipment lock. So the first item once they're back inside will be to remove the safer device, which was the last item attached onto these spacesuits before they headed out the door. Safer, again, the simplified aid for EVA rescue. It's the small propulsive jetpack attached to the back of the life support pack on the astronauts, used just in case they became untethered for any reason.
Airlock Houston on 2 for suit docking sequence.
Go ahead on 2.
Hey, Kimya, due to the CO2 levels for Kjell, we'd like you to continue working on his suit all the way through helmet doffing in step 20, and then you can go back and pick up with Scott.
Okay, understand.
So Kjell Lindgren already back inside of the equipment lock there on the left. As you just heard the Capcom Christy Bertles relay up, they want Kimya to hurry up, or not hurry up, or take priority and remove his gloves, his helmet, everything first. The CO2 levels in his suit a little higher than they'd like to see, so just going to work through that quickly and get Kjell's helmet off before bringing Scott back in. Kjell obviously not in any danger right now, just the levels a little bit higher than was normally expected, so they'll take a couple of glove photos real quick and then get the helmet off and then be able to bring Scott in shortly after. So they're taking photos of the gloves in close-up. As you heard throughout the spacewalk today, the astronauts regularly doing glove checks. The important thing to remember is during a spacewalk, none of the walking actually happens with the feet. All of it done with the hands of these astronauts, and always important to check and see if they went over any sharp areas, any nicks, cuts, things like that, as the gloves are the only thing really interfacing between the astronauts and the structure itself. They're the most likely to incur any damage, so a careful review of the gloves during the spacewalk and after, a very important part of any EVA procedure. And so Kjell Lindgren's helmet coming off now. He, the first one back into the equipment lock following the 7-hour, 16-minute spacewalk. Next up will be Scott Kelly, who's still floating back there in the crew lock. They'll be bringing him in now. Kamiya Yui being assisted by a couple of the Russian cosmonauts, Oleg Kononenko, way back in the crew lock now, working to grab Scott Kelly. And also Sergei Volkov floating in to offer a helping hand if he can.
Houston Station Space Ground 2 for airlock.
Go ahead on 2.
I just removed the helmet, but I'm going to continue until fan off. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're reading our minds. Let's go all the way through fan to off, step 23.
Understand.
So you can see Kjell Lindgren there, the helmet off. The first spacewalk for him, also on his first flight into space. Today he was able to accomplish quite a few tasks, starting off over at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, where he was able to install a new thermal protection blanket and also a small thermal protection wedge to the dark matter and physics research experiment on the outer portion of the International Space Station. After he finished that up, he was tasked with routing a pair of cables that will eventually provide power and data to the pressurized mating adapter 3 and the international docking adapter 3. He was able to get that first one completed successfully. The orange data cable installed on the forward end cone of node 1 and then routed up to node 2 on the space-facing side, where that PMA and IDA-3 will eventually be installed and located in the years to come. And then he was able to get the purple one, which will provide power, plugged into its port on the forward end cone as well, and then routed it along the Destiny laboratory. Not able to get it all the way over to Harmony as time ran short for these two spacewalkers, but put it in a good location on the Destiny laboratory, and it can be routed all the way over to node 2 at a later date. Meanwhile, Scott Kelly making his way back in, he was able to successfully remove the multi-layer insulation blanket from a currently malfunctioned main bus switching unit, which has been stowed on an external logistics carrier. That main bus switching unit, or MBSU, a power relay box responsible for directing power from the station's solar arrays to various systems downstream. Removing the MLI clears the way for the Dexter robot to eventually unbolt it and remove it and transfer it to eventually come inside for station astronauts to do repair work and potentially return it to service. Following that, Kelly spent several hours in a foot restraint working on the space station's robotic arm, specifically lubricating a number of different pieces inside of one of the latching end effectors, B Bravo. Latching end effector A was got the same treatment during a spacewalk back in February earlier this year by NASA astronaut Terry Virts. Kelly was able to apply some grease to the rigidizing ball screw, the latch ball screw, all 4 of them, and also the 8 linear bearing tracks. Wasn't able to get to the equalization brackets and their rollers, which was a lower priority item. However, the engineers down here on the ground already satisfied with the work that was completed and confident that that will sufficiently enhance the performance of that latching end effector, which is used for grappling with everything from spacecraft over to the station itself. One other task that was on the timeline was not completed today, and that was to reinstall a non-propulsive valve over on Node 3 Tranquility. Again, that was the lowest priority item on the list, and that will be deferred to a later spacewalk to occur down the road. That valve was removed back in February to make some additional clearance for the relocation of the PMM, which occurred back on May 27th. So Kjell Lindgren was going to reinstall that valve, not able to get to it today, but again, not an issue. That'll be done on a spacewalk in the future. And just to recap the time, so this was a 7-hour, 16-minute spacewalk today. It kicked off at 7:03 a.m. Central Time when the crew switched their suits over to battery power, ending just about 30 minutes ago at 2:19 p.m. Central for, again, that total elapsed time of 7 hours and 16 minutes. This was the first spacewalk for both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren, so both now have 7 hours and 16 minutes of spacewalking time on their resume. That'll increase a little over a week from now on November 6th. Now, this was the 189th spacewalk in support of space, and with 7 hours and 16 minutes today, the total spacewalking time in the life of the International Space Station now sits at 1,184 hours and 16 minutes, which equates out to 49.3 days of spacewalking to support this orbiting laboratory. So Kjell Lindgren on the left there, already inside, the helmet off. Scott Kelly's gloves coming off, the helmet coming off soon after. And once that happens, we will go ahead and wrap up our coverage. But again, a successful day, a long day, over 7 hours spent working in the vacuum of space for these two first-time spacewalkers. But a lot of tasks completed today on a very diverse and difficult spacewalk for these two first-timers to try and tackle. But they did an excellent job. All of the teams down here on the ground very pleased and very excited. And looking forward to the next spacewalk coming up on November 6th. Right now, the suit IV, Kamiya Yui, taking some pictures of Scott Kelly's gloves before they remove those and remove the helmet, just like they did with Kjell Lindgren, just looking for any changes in the glove. Again, that's what these astronauts are using for all of their interaction during a spacewalk. So the most vulnerable part of the spacesuit, and one that they keep a close eye on not only during the spacewalks, but at their conclusion as well. And so there, the second helmet off, Scott Kelly there on the right, removing his comm cap and bringing an end to today's spacewalk and today's spacewalk coverage. That spacewalk lasting 7 hours and 16 minutes. This just the first of two, though, as both Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren will be heading out the door in just a week and a half from now on November 6th. They'll be switching roles. Kjell Lindgren will take the lead spacewalker position as EV1, with Scott Kelly going to be EV2. Just like this one, it's going to be a fairly early morning start for everything, with our NASA TV coverage beginning at 4:45 a.m. Central Time. The spacewalk planned to start at around 7:10 or 6:10 a.m. Central Time as well. But with that, we will go ahead and wrap up our coverage for today's spacewalk. Be sure to tune back into NASA TV tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central for our regularly scheduled Space Station Live for a recap of today's events and what's going on board the International Space Station. For now, though, we will go ahead and sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.